So this is 101.1 FM, the hour of the time, and this is Pauline. I'm going to do the show tonight. I'm very nervous, as you can tell, so be patient with me. Oh, boy. This last week or two or so, we've been getting a lot of emails and some phone calls on health and on Dr. Wallach's products. So this week, I thought I would do Dr. Wallach's show again. I know you folks have heard it already, so but for the ones that missed a few parts here and there and that had questions about it, I thought I would replay his lecture again for you. I need you folks to get a piece of paper and a pen, and through the tape, Bill will be giving out the phone number, and I will be doing that too. So be patient with me. Like I said, I'm very, very nervous. Bill left me in here all by myself. So if you have any questions, on the 888 number, when you do call that number, there may be some static or some what do you call it? Like computer noises. I don't know what's going on with the phone lines right now, but be patient because it does go away. So you can call that number. Also, if you have a pen and paper right now, you can call 520-333-0502. That's another line that you can get through to on two. So here we go.
Not only about cardiac myopathy, but many other things. I pray that you listen closely and carefully, because what you're going to hear may save your life or the life of your loved one. Dr. Wallach in 1991 was nominated for the Nobel Prize. He's had many, many fabulous things in his life. There's no way I can tell you how pleased I am to have him here in Kansas City tonight. And I want to turn the time over now to Dr. Joel Wallach. Would you all give him a big hand?
Well, I'd like to add my welcome to Barbara's. I'm certainly glad you're here. How many of you grew up on a farm or still work a farm or have anything to do with livestock? I'll tell you what, you're my kind of people, because I grew up on a farm in West St. Louis County back in the 50s. And we started out with beef calves. And if you raise livestock, the only way you can make money is if you raise a lot of your own feed, for those of you who don't have that experience. And so we raised our own corn, and we raised our own soybeans and our own hay. And we had a truck come out from the mill. And this truck would come out from the mill, and it would grind up the corn and the soybeans and the hay. And then we would add sacks of vitamins, minerals, trace minerals. And we'd make pellets out of it, and this is what we would feed the calves. In 6 months' time, we'd ship them to market to be slaughtered, or we'd save back some of the best ones for ourselves. We'd knock them in the head and eat them, put it bluntly. And it always fascinated me as a teenager that we did that for those calves, and in 6 months ship them off to be slaughtered, or we'd eat them. And we wanted to live to be 100 years of age without any aches and pains. And guess what? We didn't take any vitamins or minerals. And that bothered me. So I asked my dad, I'd say, hey, Pops, how come you do that for those calves, you don't do that for us? And he'd give me this good old Missouri farm wisdom. He'd say things like, shut up, boy. You're getting this farm fresh food, and we hope you appreciate it. And, of course, I was very quiet then because I didn't want to miss out on any meals. Well, then when I went to school, I went to the University of Missouri, the School of Agriculture, and I got my degree in agriculture. And it was very interesting to me that I got my major in animal husbandry and nutrition. My minor was in field crops and soils. And then I got into veterinary school. As a freshman veterinary student, I learned the answer to my question. And the answer is this. We know how to prevent and cure diseases in animals with nutrition. And the reason why we do that is because we don't have major medical. We don't have hospitalization, Blue Cross Blue Shield. We don't have Medicare. We don't have Hillary to watch out for us. If you're going to make money as a farmer, you better know how to do stuff yourself, and you better do it efficiently with feed and nutrition if you can. Well, to make a long story short, After I got out of veterinary school, I went to Africa for 2 years, and I was able to fulfill a boyhood dream. I was able to be a Frank Buck for 2 years and work with Marlon Perkins. Many of you will remember him from the Mutual of Omaha's Wild Kingdom, and he's a great gentleman. And after 2 years of working with elephants and rhino, people used to ask me, are you a small animal vet or a large animal vet? Well, I would tell them I'm an extra large animal vet because I work with elephants and rhinos. Well, after 2 years, he sent me a telegram and said, would you come back to the St. Louis Zoo and work with us? We need a wildlife veterinarian at the zoo for a special project. We were given a $7.5 million grant from the National Institutes of Health, and what we need is a veterinarian who will do autopsies of animals that die of natural causes in the zoo. Oh, I was just overjoyed to do that, and so I came back and did that. And, of course, I not only did autopsies for animals that died in the St. Louis Zoo, but the Brookfield Zoo in Chicago, the Bronx Zoo in New York, the National Zoo, the L.A. Zoo, and so forth. And my job, again, was to do autopsies of animals that died of natural causes in the zoo and look for a species of animals that was ultra-sensitive to pollution. This is because during the early 60s, we had just learned about pollution and ecological problems and disasters, and nobody quite knew what to do. And so I was supposed to find a species of animals that was extra sensitive to this and use them much like we did the canaries in the mine. You know, the old Welsh coal miners used to put a canary in a little wicker cage and take it down in the mine, and if methane gas or carbon monoxide would leak into the mine, the canary would drop off the perch and die first, and the men knew to get out before the mine blew up or they suffocated. Well, again, to make a long story short, over a period of some 12 years, I did 17,500 autopsies on over 454 species of animals and 3,000 human beings who lived in close proximity to zoos. And the thing that I found out was this. Every animal and every human being who dies of natural causes dies of a nutritional deficiency. And that fascinated me. It took me back to those calves. I said, gee, that's fascinating. Everybody's dying of nutritional deficiencies. And we could document this at autopsy, both chemically and biochemically and so forth, and things that you saw with the eye at the autopsy table. Well, that fascinated me. And I wrote 75 scientific articles. I wrote 8 multi-author textbooks and 1 textbook of my own. Cost $140 for medical students, and I'm sure the only thing they do is use them for door stops. And I couldn't get anybody excited. I was on 2020. I was on 1,700 newspapers. I was in magazines. I was in every new network TV that you can think of. And guess what? Couldn't get anybody excited back in the 60s about nutrition. So what I did was went back to school and became a physician. I finally got a license to kill, and they allowed me to use everything I'd learned in veterinary school about nutrition in my human patients. And to no surprise to me, it worked. I spent 12 years up in Portland, Oregon in general practice. And it was very fascinating. What I'm going to share with you tonight is what I learned over those 10, 12 years using nutrition with my human patients. And if you take home only 10%, it will save you an enormous amount of unnecessary misery. It will save you a gob of money. And those of you in Missouri know what that means. A gob means a lot. And it will save you, and in fact, it will add on many healthful years to your life. Okay, it'll add many healthful years to your life. Well, you can't do this. You can't get these healthful years. You can't have longevity. You can't live to your genetic potential just falling off a stump. You have to do some things. And the first thing I have to do is convince you that it is worth doing these things. And I'm going to start out by convincing you that the genetic potential for human beings is 120 to 140 years, our genetic potential for longevity. Okay, 120 to 140 years. There's no less than 5 cultures whose people live to be 120 to 140. It starts out in the Tibetans in western China. These people were popularized back in 1934 by James Hilton. He wrote a book called The Lost Horizon. Many of you will remember reading that. It was a Pulitzer Prize-winning book way back then. And they did a movie of that in 1937. It's a very long movie, about 3 hours. You can get it from any Blockbuster video. And I would encourage you to get it and look at it when you have 3 hours. It's a great movie. And the oldest living person that has some documentation, I'm sure there's a certain amount of exaggeration in there, but there is some documentation. It was a fellow, a Dr. Li, L-I, from China along this Tibetan border. And this fellow, when he was 150 years old, quote unquote, received a big certificate from the Imperial Chinese government. He was born in 1677. 150 years later, he was given a certificate by the Imperial Chinese government for being 150 years. And then when he got to be 200 years, they sent him another, 50 years later, they sent him another certificate. And supposedly he died at age 256. And as people of that nature, he was written up in the New York Times in 1933 when he died, and the London Times. And so this is fairly well documented. But he may have only been 200 years old. I don't know if he was 256. But this is the person that led James Hilton to write that story. Then there's 1967 or 68, there was a remake of that movie. It was a color version. If you haven't seen that, it was called Shangri-La. I'd urge you to see that. Then in eastern Pakistan, there's a group of people called the Hunzas. And these people are very famous for longevity, 120 to 140. If you've been in alternative health for any length of time, you've heard their name at least. Then in what is now Western Russia, it used to be the Soviet Union, the Russian Georgians were made famous during the 70s by Dannon yogurt. You remember the old Crimea War veterans, they'd get their uniform on, they'd hold a saber up, and they would get a cup of Dannon yogurt and smile a lot, and you were supposed to make the mental leap that it was the Dannon yogurt that made them live to be 120. Then just south of them, the Armenians, the Abkhazians, and the Azerbaijanis are famous, at least in the Soviet Union. They were studied for some 60 years because they routinely lived to be 120 to 140. In fact, in 1973, the January issue of the National Geographic, 1973 January National Geographic, did a special article on people who lived to be 100 and are older. And they featured these people. And there's a great pictorial article. You know, National Geographic is very good about coming out with pictures. And 3 of these dozens of pictures that were in that article, I remember one of them was a lady who was 136 years old. She was sitting in a wicker chair with a big Cuban cigar in one hand and an 8-ounce glass of vodka in the other. And she was partying. She was having a good time. She was not in a nursing home, all slouched over and ready to have somebody take another $2,500 out of her checking account. She was enjoying herself at 136. Then there was a semicircle of couples, boy, girl, boy, girl, boy, girl, and they were celebrating their 100th and 115th and 120th wedding anniversaries. And the third picture that I remember is a gentleman who is picking tea leaves up at the timberline in the Caucasus Mountains in Armenia, and he was listening to one of these little transistor radios back then. And according to his birth records and baptismal records, his military records, and the birth records of his children, the National Geographic said that he was 167 years of age and the oldest living person at that time. On the Western Hemisphere, the Vilcabamba Indians in Ecuador are very famous. They live in the Andes. And then in southeastern Peru, my favorites, the Titicacas. I just like them because I like the name. They're sort of east of the Machu Picchu, the old community. The Titicacas live around Lake Titicaca. And, of course, they're very famous for living to be 120 to 140. Well, in May 11th, just about a month ago, the oldest living American at this time and documented through the Guinness World Book of Records was Margaret Steep. She was from Radford, Virginia. She died at age 115, and she died of a nutritional deficiency. You can tell that from her obituary. She died of the complications of a fall. What did she die from? Osteoporosis. Very good. She died of a calcium deficiency. She had no heart disease, no cancer, no diabetes, no other infirmities, but she died 3 weeks after a fall because she didn't have enough calcium. Very interesting. Also, her daughter said that she had a craving for sweets, and so she died. And that's a disease called pica. We'll talk about that in a little bit. But usually when you have a craving for chocolate, if you're a chocoholic or a sugaraholic, that means that you have a deficiency of chromium and vanadium, and we'll talk about that in a minute. Then in a third world country, in Niger, in Africa, a chief by the name of Bauer, at age 126, was eulogized by one of his wives. So I assume it was plural, it had many wives. And she was bragging about him at his death at age 126. He was still in possession of all his own teeth. Okay, so you assume that other faculties are working too. Then here's a gentleman from Syria at age 133. He died in July of 1993, and he was in the Guinness World Book of Records, not because he was 133. There's been many people who live longer than that. Not because he remarried for the 4th time at age 80, but because he fathered 9 children after the age of 80. And this meant if you add up 9 months for each child and a year for breastfeeding for each one and a year between each one of the children, he was still fathering children after age of 100, and that's what got him into the Guinness World Book of Records. So there's still hope for you fellas. Then those of you who like science, in November of 1993, just about 8 months ago or so, those 6 biospherians came out of that dome in Arizona. They were in there for 2 years, 3 couples, and they were supposed to eat the perfect food and recycle the atmosphere and grow their own food and whatnot and have no pollution in their water or air or food. And when they came out, they were examined by medical gerontologists from UCLA, University of California at Los Angeles, and they put all this information, their physical and their blood work and so forth, into the medical computers at UCLA. And the medical computers said that and projected that they could live to be 165 years old if they continued to do what they were doing. So all of that just says to you that there's a possibility you can live to be 120 to 140. And when I grew up on the farm, we could grow 200 bushels of corn per acre, and with all the labor and all the fertilizer and everything else you did, you could make a profit if you grew 200 bushels per acre. But if you only got 100 bushels per acre and put out that same effort and the same fertilizer cost, you'd lose money. And so I want you to think about it. The average lifespan for an American today is 75.5. The average lifespan for an MD or a doctor is 58. You want to gain 20 years statistically, just don't go to medical school. Also, if you want to know information about longevity, you're going to be better off asking a bus driver than you are a physician for longevity. Now, there's 2 basic things you have to do to get there. If you want to live to be 120 or 140, there's only 2 basic things. They're real simple, 2 things to remember. Number 1, you have to avoid the pitfalls. You have to not step on the landmines, I call it. And those of you in the military, you know what that means. You do something stupid like step on one of those things, you kill yourself wastefully or unnecessarily. And of course, if you play Russian roulette or smoke excessively or drink excessively or wear a black sweatsuit and run down the middle of the highway at 2 o'clock in the morning, you're going to get struck by a car. All of those things are foolhardy, but it's amazing how many tens of thousands of people die in America from doing those stupid things every year. It's amazing. In fact, there was these kids who sat in the middle of the highway because it was done in a movie and whatnot and got killed, the college kids. It's amazing. The last thing I will share with you on that subject of avoiding the landmines, I suggest very strongly to you that you avoid going to doctors. Because given half a chance, they will kill you. And I'm going to back up that statement, which is a pretty strong statement, with a statement from Ralph Nader's group in January of 1993, just about a year and a half ago, January 13th. He put out a news release based on a 3-year study on the causes of death in American hospitals, and it was a 1,500-page report, this 3-year study, and I'm not going to waste your time or mine by going over the whole thing word for word, but the bottom line says a lot. The bottom line says a lot. And here it is, quote, this is from Ralph Nader now. He's a consumer advocate for those of you who don't know him, who watches out for us. Quote, 300,000 Americans are killed each year in hospitals alone as a result of medical negligence, unquote. I'm going to read that figure again because it's a huge figure. Quote, 300,000 Americans are killed each year in hospitals alone as a result of medical negligence, unquote. Now, he didn't say slipped away quietly out of neglect in a corner somewhere while they're waiting for an x-ray. He used the word killed. When you use the word killed, that means there was a procedure the doctor was doing went wrong somehow. That means that they gave them a wrong prescription. They put a decimal point in the wrong spot and gave them an incorrect dosage. These people were killed. 300,000. To appreciate how big a figure that is, you have to compare that with our military losses in Vietnam over 10 years, where we lost 56,000 people over 10 years, or an average of only 5,600 a year, on a field of battle where people had guns and artillery and explosives trying to kill each other. And millions of people poured out into the streets and protested that war. We had political anarchy in the last 3 years of the war. Students took over universities and colleges with guns and explosives. National Guardsmen shot students at Kent State in Ohio. We chased the president out of the presidency for 5,600 military personnel a year. And here's one profession that takes your tax money in the form of Medicare and Medicaid and kills 300,000 of us a year, according to Ralph Nader, and I believe him. He has no axe to grind. And you can go out in the street any day of the week in any city, and there isn't even a crazy street preacher out there with a sign that says, protect us from doctors. I want you to think about that, folks. That's number one. You have to avoid stepping on the landmines. So there's a certain value in treating yourself when you can, or preventing disease so you don't have to get treated. Now, the second thing you have to do, number two, is you have to do the positive things. You have to do the positive things. And I'm going to start out here by just putting a figure up on the board. It's the number 90. And you need 90 nutrients in your diet every day. You need 60 minerals. You need 16 vitamins. You need 12 essential amino acids or protein building blocks. And you need 3 essential fatty acids. You need 90 nutrients in your daily diet. Otherwise, you're going to get a deficiency disease if you don't have them in complete numbers and optimal amounts. Well, I can tell you that I was one of those nerds back when I was in college. I had a clipboard. We didn't have computers back then. So I had a clipboard, and I was one of those funny guys with glasses and would walk up and down in the student union there in Columbia and say, do you take vitamins and minerals? I was still fascinated by that. And of course, people would kind of look at you crazy and say, well, yeah, I take vitamin E. And I'd wait for them to come up with the other 89, and they didn't. They just, I take vitamin E. Well, today, if you ask people, do you take food supplements? They say, oh, yeah, I take Tums. Because that's what, they hear all the time. Well, again, you need 90 nutrients if you're going to make it. But the newspapers know, and the magazines and TV and radio knows that we're interested in health and longevity and supplements. So they all talk to us, not because the medical profession has asked them to do that in their stead. The medical profession doesn't say, hey, we're so busy saving people with surgery and chemotherapy and radiation and pharmaceuticals, would you please educate the people on nutrition? They do it because it sells newspapers. Well, my favorite article of all time appeared in Time magazine, April 6, 1992. And if you haven't read it, I'd urge you to get it out of the school library or public library and photocopy it. Stick one copy on the door in the bathroom and one on the refrigerator. It's a cover article. It says, The Real Power of Vitamins. New research shows they may help fight cancer, heart disease, and the ravages of aging. Again, there's 6 positive pages in here. There's only one negative sentence. And it was issued by a medical doctor who was asked by the writer of the article, what do you think? What do you think about vitamins and minerals for people as food supplements? And here's what the doctor said, quote, popping vitamins doesn't do you any good, sniffs Dr. Victor Herbert, a professor of medicine at New York City's Mount Sinai Medical School. We get all the vitamins we need in our diets, and taking supplements just gives you expensive urine, unquote. Well, to give you a Missouri translation of that, that means you're just peeing away your dollars if you take vitamins and minerals. You might as well wad up your dollars and throw them in the toilet and flush them away because you're not getting any redeeming value from it. Those quacks are just taking your money for those vitamins and minerals. That's what he was trying to say. It got published. So it must be true, right? Well, I'll tell you what. After having done those 17,500 autopsies in 454 species of animals from around the world and 3,000 humans, and liking to be healthy myself and having children and grandchildren and not too distant future great-grandchildren, I'd rather pee out 50 cents or $1 a day worth of excess vitamins and minerals. It's pretty cheap insurance. Because if you don't invest in yourself to the tune of $1 a day for vitamins and minerals, guess what? You're going to invest in the lifestyle of an MD somewhere. Because when you pay the medical doctor your fee for going to see him, not one penny of that goes to study how to diagnose or treat or prevent a catastrophic disease in a little child, like who was in here earlier, or how to prevent or diagnose or treat better breast cancer or prostate cancer in adults. Guess what that money goes for? It pays the doctor's mortgage, makes his Mercedes payment. It pays the tuition for his kids to go to medical school at Harvard. You know where Harvard is? Up in Boston. Pays the tuition for his kids to go to law school at Yale. Pays his alimony for his 5 ex-wives. I don't know why doctors always have 5 ex-wives. It must be genetic. You know, they blame everything else on genetics, so it must be genetic. Well, I believe because we've made doctors wealthy, between 1776 and the Second World War, the U.S. government spent $80 million on health care and health care research and studies. Right now, we're at $1.2 trillion a year for health care. And it's free. We all know it's free, right? I like that lady. She says, like heck. It's not free, but we're supposed to believe it's free, and everybody wants more of it and more free stuff. Well, I'll tell you what, if we use the human-type medical system for the agricultural industry and the livestock, your hamburger would cost $275 a pound. On the other hand, if you use the agricultural health system that we use in animals for humans, your monthly insurance premiums for a family of 5 would be $10 a month. You take your choice. Well, I believe, since we've made them wealthy through insurance programs and government subsidies, I believe they owe us something. I believe they owe us at least as much as the industries do, according to, for instance, recall notices. This was started, of course, 25 years ago when Ralph Nader learned that the Ford Motor Company had made a Pinto car with a rear-end gas tank that would blow up when you got hit from behind at 20 miles an hour, fry everybody in the car. And when people complained to Ford Motor Company, they said, well, you're just dumb for getting in a car accident. We're not going to pay you for that. Well, Ralph Nader says, no, it's a faulty design. So he went to a federal court, and the judge agreed with him, and through a court order, forced Ford Motor Company to send everybody a recall notice with a registered letter, bring that car in, and they'll fix it for nothing. Well, over the years, if you read the business sections in the newspaper, there was always recall notices from one thing or another. Sears had to recall 400,000 major appliances because the timers made in Taiwan would set on fire in the middle of the night. And then there was, I guess, Ford Motor Company again just a few months ago. They had pickup trucks with a fuel line laid on top of the drive shaft, and after about 25,000 miles, it wore through. I mean, with all these high-priced engineers, you'd think that somebody would spot that little thing. And they had to recall about 25,000 pickup trucks of a certain type. But the one that I think is the funniest, of course, has to do with the Saturn cars. They had to recall every car they ever made from car number 1 through millions of cars through April of 1993 because the electrical system was somehow coded into TV channel changers. And let's say your neighbor came home at 2 o'clock in the morning and wanted to watch the news or a movie because they couldn't sleep. They were flicking through the channels. Your car would start, drop into gear, and drive out the back of the garage. Well, after a few hundred of them, they believed it was cheaper to send out a recall notice and just get them in and fix them before they had thousands and thousands of suits to rebuild houses. Well, I believe the medical profession owes us that same courtesy, if you will, when research shows that what they've been telling us for 10, 15, 25, 50, 100, or 300 years is incorrect or has been changed. They should send every one of their patients and former patients a registered letter that says, hey, for the next 3 Tuesday nights, we're going to give you a free 1-hour lecture on kidney stones or tuberculosis or heart disease or whatever it may be. Has anybody in this room ever gotten a free recall notice from your physician? Kind of interesting, isn't it? I want you to think about it. What if Sears were to put in 300,000 cars vinegar instead of oil for an oil change? And the engines in 300 cars for that stupidity would burn up. There would be Senate investigations. There would be class action suits like you wouldn't believe. Hey, they ruined my car. But they kill 300,000 a year and nobody protests as long as we get ours free. And that scares me, that attitude. At any rate, I've got a bunch of these recall notices you should have gotten over the last couple of years. We'll go through them quickly. Number 1 is ulcers. How many of you ever heard that ulcers is caused by stress? Okay, everybody's heard that. If you don't raise your hand, you got Alzheimer's or you're fibbing, right? Well, we knew 50 years ago in the veterinary industry that ulcers, at least in pigs, was caused by a bacteria called Helicobacter pylori. And, of course, we couldn't get one of these high-priced stomach surgeons from Mayo Clinic. In fact, we always used to yell, hold the Mayo, when they'd say stuff like that. And otherwise, your pork chops would be $275 a pound to pay for that kind of surgery. And we learned that with a trace mineral called bismuth and the tetracycline antibiotic that we could prevent and cure those stomach ulcers in pigs without surgery. And so that's what we did. It cost $5 to cure a pig of stomach ulcers with bismuth, the trace mineral, and tetracycline. Well, the National Institutes of Health now, not the National Enquirer, but the National Institutes of Health came out in February of this year, February 1994, and said ulcers are caused by a bacteria called Helicobacter pylori, not stress. And they can be cured. They actually use the cure word in this news release. Medical researchers never do that. They always say it shows promising results or may be beneficial. They use the cure word, National Institutes of Health, and they say can be cured with a combination of the trace mineral bismuth and tetracycline. Well, for those of you who don't know what bismuth comes in, you can get it from any grocery store or drugstore. It's pink, about $2.95 for an 8-ounce bottle, and it's called Pepto-Bismol. So a teaspoon a day full of Pepto-Bismol and some Aurimycin calf scour pellets, you can take care of ulcers. Now, you have your choice, whether you're going to treat your own for $5 or go get whittled on. It's your choice. you have your choice, whether you're going to treat your own for $5 or go get whittled on. That's your choice. Then, what's the number 2 cause of death in Americans? A terrible disease called cancer, right?
All right, folks. Like I said, be patient with me. I'm still learning how to push buttons and talk at the same time. For you folks that have just tuned in, this is Pauline. I'm doing the show tonight. And we've been getting, Tim and I, when I say we, Tim and I have been getting quite a few emails and some telephone calls on people asking about Dr. Wallach's products. So I thought this week what I will do, and I know you guys have heard this tape many times, or his Dr. Wallach's lecture many times, but some of you have missed a few things out there of what Dr. Wallach had said, so I thought this will be easier for you. I don't know what to say. Also, I do want to say before I finished with continue with Dr. Wallach's lecture, this Thursday I do have a different lecture you folks probably have not heard. It's Dr. Wallach and another doctor, and I'm sorry I can't give you the name of him because I don't know it at this time. But I will play that for you, and maybe that would help to convince you why Dr. Wallach's doing what he's doing and why his products are so good. Also, I have some testimonies I have gotten from people that have that is on and is in taking Dr. Wallach's products and what it has done for them. So maybe that too will help you folks out there. Also, when Bill gives you out the phone number to call for the information packet or for any kind of information, be patient with the caller. That phone line for some reason is crisscrossed with other lines, and we're having some difficulties with it. But it does clear up within a few seconds. So please be careful. Please be patient. There is another number you can call. It's 520-333-0502. If you don't want to go through, all that static and stuff. So I will continue. I'll give you back to Dr. Wallach.
Now you have your choice, whether you're going to treat your own for $5 or go get whittled on.
Sorry, folks. That was a little mistake.
Crazy people are crazy like you. Crazy people are the things you do when we are under the moon above.
Well, folks, if you're like me, you're learning an awful... I wasn't supposed to do that. You're learning an awful lot of good information this evening. If you would like to learn more, call this toll-free number. Remember, this is for your education and for your enjoyment. But if you'd like to learn more, call this toll-free number, 1-888-403-2405. That's 1-888-403-2405. Once again, 1-888-403-2405. This is just an incredible experience, I know, for all of us. If we can actually prevent diseases simply by nutritional methods, just think, ladies and gentlemen, how much better this entire world would be. Is it true that doctors are intentionally steering us wrong? Well, I don't know, but I do know this. Dr. Wallach is steering us in the right direction. And I, for one, am listening to him. And I hope you learn to do that too. Once again, the number is 1-888-403-2405. Doesn't cost you a penny.
Also, folks, remember, the other number, too, you can call is 1-520-333-0502.
Life gets wide and great to do with King Washing Machine. It's ahead of its time. It's in front of the pack. You'll say goodbye to grime. Sure as penguins say quiet.
Wait a minute.
What?
Don't say what?
Well, what do penguins say?
I thought you'd never ask.
They say, fit for a king, fit for a queen. Get your laundry cleaner than clean with King Washing Machine.
Then what's the number 2 cause of death in Americans? Terrible disease called cancer, right? Now, when doctors get information on cancer, you'd think they'd photocopy that, and when they send you that bill, instead of threatening you with collecting, one of these collection agencies, they should send you some photocopies of this stuff. Well, in September of 1993, the National Cancer Institute, not the National Enquirer, but the National Cancer Institute, and the Harvard Medical School up in Boston did a study on cancer patients, and they came out and they said an anti-cancer diet was found. I can tell you, when the National Cancer Institute sent that information to your doctor, he leaned back in his chair, wadded it up, and did one of those things right in the waste can. He's real good at throwing that stuff in there. The only thing he reads is, I get gold golf clubs if I sell 20 prescriptions of Prozac a month. Think about it, folks. Well, at any rate, they picked China to do this study because in one province, Henan province in China, they had the highest rate of cancer in the whole world. They took 29,000 people for 5 years in this study, and what they did was give them different vitamins and minerals at double the recommended daily allowance for Americans. Now, that's a trivial amount. For instance, they used vitamin C for one group, and, of course, the RDA, or recommended daily allowance for vitamin C, is 60 milligrams. Double that's going to be 120 milligrams. You can't go into a health food store and find a vitamin C tablet or capsule for less than 500 milligrams for an adult. And, of course, Linus Pauling, the gentleman with 2 Nobel Prizes, says if you want to prevent and treat cancer with vitamin C, you got to use 10,000 milligrams a day. Well, all the doctors who used to argue with him back 35 years ago are all dead. And today, Linus Pauling's still 94, and he works 14 hours a day, 7 days a week on his ranch in the Big Sur in California and teaches at the University of California, San Francisco. So you have to make up your choice whether you're going to listen to the dead doctors or Linus Pauling. Your choice. Okay, vitamin C, double the RDA, nothing happened. Vitamin A, double the RDA, nothing happened. Zinc, riboflavin, the trace mineral molybdenum, niacin, nothing happened. In one group, they got a major benefit. In this group, they got 3 nutrients at one time. They got vitamin E, they got beta-carotene, and the trace mineral selenium. Those 3 were at double the RDA. And if you get a 0.5% benefit in any nutritional or pharmaceutical experiment, you've made a major improvement in humanity's life. And so these articles get published. So I want you to remember that statistic. 0.5% is major benefit. Well, in this group that received the vitamin E, beta-carotene, and selenium for 5 years, deaths from all causes were reduced by 9%. Almost 10 out of every 100 or 1 out of every 10 who were going to die in that 5 years from any cause survived. Then cancers, all cancers, 13% survived who would have died without those 3 nutrients. So 13 out of 100 lived who would have died. And then the type of cancer that was most prevalent in Henan province, stomach and esophageal cancer, 21% lived who would have died. 21 out of 100 lived. Now, to me, those are significant numbers, and your physician, for the number 2 cause of death in America, should have sent every one of you a photocopy of that, at least giving you information. Even if he didn't want to give you the advice, give you the information, let you make up your own mind. Well, here's one I think is funny on one hand, and on the other side, it tells you the attitude of physicians. This has to do with arthritis. It was in September 24th, 1993 that it was released. Again, it was from the Harvard Medical School and the Boston VA Hospital. How many of you in here have ever been to a VA hospital? Anybody in this room? Okay, good. Well, you know, the people who've been to a VA hospital, you have 2 opportunities to give your life for your country. Once on the field of battle, and the other's in the VA hospital, right? Well, at any rate, the title of the release was Chicken Protein Halts the Swelling and Pain of Arthritis in a Patient Trial. And what they did, they took people who failed to respond in any way to medical treatment for arthritis. These people got gold shots, methotrexate, they got aspirin, prednisone, cortisone, everything else you can think of, physical therapy. And the only thing left for them was joint replacement surgery. Okay, now before Harvard Medical School, the VA hospital was going to give it to them, they said, look, we're looking for some people who are willing to suffer for 90 more days, just 3 months, because we want to try something, a short-term experiment. And they got 29 volunteers. And what they did for those 29 volunteers who failed to respond in any way to medical treatment for arthritis was they gave them a heaping teaspoonful of ground-up dried chicken cartilage in their orange juice every morning. Just a heaping teaspoon of ground-up chicken cartilage. And in 10 days, according to Harvard Medical School, all the pain and inflammation was gone. These are people who didn't respond in any way to medical treatment. In 30 days, they could open up a new pickle jar that had never been opened. And in 90 days, 3 months, they had maximum return of function. Now, here's the funny part. The funny part comes by a statement of the guy who was the director of that study from Harvard Medical School, and here's what he said. Quote, listen to the words, they're very important. Quote, after 3 months, it was clear that the drug was beneficial, unquote. Because it worked, chicken cartilage had become a drug. You can see he's thinking about patent numbers, and his eyes are rolling around with $300 a capsule, 20 patients, and you can just see him calculating, right? That means if you go to Kentucky Fried Chicken and you buy a bucket of chicken and throw away the skin and the meat and eat the ends off the bones, you're practicing medicine without a license. And if you go to a Kentucky Fried Chicken in the middle of the night, in the dark of the night, and you go to their dumpster and you root through there and you collect 2 5-gallon feed buckets full of chicken bones, and you take them home with a hammer and you pound off the ends of those bones and dry your own cartilage in the microwave, you know, you're manufacturing a pharmaceutical, and the FDA is going to put you in jail. Well, if that's a little messy for you, and you don't want to pay those lawyer fees, you can go into any grocery store and get some Knox gelatin. Women know about Knox gelatin because it's good for your fingernails and your hair and your skin. It has the raw materials for chicken cartilage, has the raw material for your cartilage. It's made out of beef cartilage and beef tendon. And if you take 2 of those little half-ounce envelopes a day in your orange juice, and you take it with 1 ounce per 100 pounds of body weight of colloidal minerals, next time I come by here in 3 months, you're going to run up on this stage and hug me and kiss me if you got arthritis. How many of you ever heard of Alzheimer's disease? Everybody's heard about it today. 50 years ago, when I was a little kid, there was no such thing as Alzheimer's disease. It's a new disease, one of those things that just sort of happened. Now it's a major disease. 1 out of every 2 people who reach age 70 get Alzheimer's disease. Pretty scary. Well, we learned 50 years ago in the animal industry how to prevent and cure in the early stages Alzheimer's disease in livestock. Can you imagine how much a farmer would lose if the pigs were all laying there scratching their heads saying, why am I here? Where is the feed box? Because if they're not gaining a couple of pounds a day, you're losing money, right? So we learned in the agricultural industry how to prevent and in the early stages cure Alzheimer's disease. And we do it with high doses of vitamin E and low intakes of vegetable oil. You say, Wallach, that's crazy. High doses of vitamin E. Well, you should have got a recall notice from your doctor in July of 1992 because the University of California, I mean, we're talking about a sophisticated research medical school here. University of California, San Diego came out and said vitamin E eases memory loss in Alzheimer's victims. Now, they're only 50 years behind on that from veterinary medicine, so you might be safer going to a veterinarian. Then how many of you in this room ever had a kidney stone? Anybody in here ever get that kidney stone? Okay, I see a few in here. What's the first thing a doctor told you to give up nutritionally when you got your kidney stone? Give up calcium. No dairy. No dairy. None of those vitamin mineral things with calcium in them because they have the stupid, naive, ignorant belief. That's pretty intense. They have the stupid, ignorant, naive belief that the calcium in your kidney stone comes from the calcium you eat. When in fact it comes from your own bones when you have a raging calcium deficiency, a raging osteoporosis, then you get kidney stones. We learned 1,000 years ago in writing in the agricultural industry, if you wanted to prevent kidney stones in livestock, you better give them more calcium. You better give them more magnesium and more boron. Now, the reason is, of course, bulls and rams, male cattle and sheep have special anatomy. When they get a kidney stone, they die. It's called water belly. They die. When you and I get a kidney stone, we just wish we were dead. But no farmer is dumb enough to pay for the feed for an animal and have it die before you can either eat it or send it to market. So we learned how to prevent those things. Well, you should have got a recall notice from your doctor, especially you people who've had kidney stones. Your urologist should have sent a notice to you. This was about 15 months ago, March of 1993. It says, calcium limits kidney stone risk, and this is from the Harvard Medical School up in Boston, by the way. In a study that turns conventional medical wisdom on its head, researchers have found that people whose diets are rich in calcium run a reduced risk of developing kidney stones. In a study of more than 45,000 people who were ranked into 5 categories, the group that had the most calcium had no kidney stones. So it took them 1,000 years to catch up. Now, about 5 years ago, when I started out on this crusade and started lecturing to people all across America, and I'm in one time zone and the next and all over, I knew I was going to get crazy out there doing this. Last year, I was on the road 300 days out of the year, 300 out of 365 days. And so I decided I needed to have a hobby that I could take with me. Every time I get a little wacko, I could go in my room and do this hobby, and I'd be okay. You know, it'd be kind of like having a little piece of home with me wherever I went. And I wanted to have a hobby that would help other people. I didn't want to collect baseball cards because I liked football. And I didn't want to do just crossword puzzles because it's good mental exercise, but it wouldn't help anybody else. And I couldn't take my compost pile. I like to garden, and the hotels don't like that, you know. So I decided I was going to collect obituaries of doctors and lawyers. Now, as crazy as that sounds, remember I told you the doctors live to an average age of 58, and we live to 75.5. And here's a group of people, professionals, who pontificate to you and tell you, well, this is what you need to do. You need to give up salt and no caffeine, and you need to not eat butter and eat margarine and do all these crazy things. And they die at age 58 on the average. And, of course, all those people who live to be 120 to 140, they put a chunk of rock salt in their tea every day, and they drink 40 cups of tea a day, 40 chunks of rock salt. And they cook with butter instead of olive oil. And they live to be 120. So who are you going to believe? The people who live to be 58 or the people who live to be 120? It's your choice. Anyway, I got a few of them here, some of my favorites. This is Dr. Stuart Cartwright, age 38. He dropped dead in his home. He was a family practitioner of a ruptured aneurysm. That's a ballooning of an artery. That's a weakened artery because of the fragmenting or the brittle condition of the elastic fibers in arteries. Just like when you hit a chuck hole with your car tire and you break the cords in there and you get a balloon. He dropped dead like he was poleaxed, okay, right in his home from a ruptured aortic aneurysm. And we learned in 57, that he died of something that even a turkey wouldn't die from. The reason why we say that is, 1957, we learned that aneurysms are caused by a copper deficiency. We had a pilot project, 250,000 turkeys, and we made complete food pellets where you put all the 90 nutrients in there. And in the first 13 weeks, fully half of those turkeys died. 125,000 of them. Farmers were out there every morning picking them up by the bushel basket. They took them to the state diagnostic labs and their autopsy, and they found out that they all had died from a ruptured aortic aneurysm. So they doubled the amount of copper in there, and the next year they tried to raise 500,000 turkeys, and they didn't lose a single turkey from a ruptured aortic aneurysm. And they ran that experiment in mice and rats and rabbits and dogs and cats and calves and sheep and pigs and whatnot, and guess what? They found out there's a whole series of diseases that are caused by a copper deficiency. Gray hair is the first sign. You start getting gray hair regardless of your age, you got a copper deficiency. You get skin wrinkles because the elastic fibers in your skin are going. Those little crow's feet around your eyes and facial and body skin wrinkles. You look like you're a little prune drying up. Okay? Then, of course, there's the varicose veins. Varicose veins. That's caused by an elastic fiber breakdown. Then, of course, parts of your body begin to sag. Under your arms, your breasts, your bellies, your legs, all this stuff starts sagging. And you can go to a cosmetic surgeon or plastic surgeon if you want, but it's a lot cheaper and a lot more effective and a lot safer if you just take some copper. Okay, well, Dr. Cartwright may have had a medical degree, but he didn't have expensive urine, so he died of something that even a turkey wouldn't die from. Then here's one. This fellow, he was a doctor's doctor, Dr. Martin Carter. He almost made it. He died at age 57. He got his medical degree from Harvard Medical School and his Ph.D. in medicine from Yale. Of course, he was autopsied by the best because he was a doctor's doctor. He said, quote, "The cause of death was a ruptured aortic aneurysm," said Dr. Jules Hirsch at Rockefeller University Hospital, unquote. What did he die from? Copper deficiency. See, he didn't have expensive urine either. And here's an attorney. I know you guys, you're not a doctor, are you, sir? Here's an attorney. She was so famous, she was from Detroit, age 44, Ellen Joyce Alter. She was in the New York Times obituary. She made the big time. And, of course, she probably had steel buns because she belonged to one of those private health clubs. All these gals want steel buns, you know, doing their little exercises. But she didn't have expensive urine because she died of a ruptured cerebral aneurysm. When they don't do an autopsy, the symptoms could be called a stroke or subdural hemorrhage, but very frequently they're caused by a ruptured aneurysm, which is a copper deficiency. She didn't have expensive urine. How many of you here have ever heard of a guy by the name of Stuart Berger? Stuart Berger. He wrote 5 best-selling books on health and diets and nutrition. He got his medical degree from Tufts Medical School, which is a very fine medical school in Boston, not too far away from Harvard Medical School. And the books he wrote included The Southampton Diet for Weight Loss. He wrote Forever Young, 20 Years Younger in 20 Weeks, and How to Be Your Own Nutritionist. And he died at age 40. How'd you like to follow his dietary practices? He died at age 40 of cardiomyopathy, which is a selenium deficiency. The same cause as white muscle disease or stiff lamb disease. And any farmer can go to a feed store and get selenium pellets or selenium injections, things like Celotoc and Bozy and so forth. And Dr. Stuart Berger, a guy who wrote 5 best-selling books on nutrition, died of a nutritional deficiency. He didn't have expensive urine.
All right, folks. I'm going to stop it there. I'll give you out the number again. And I'm sorry if I rambled it on earlier. The number is 1-888-403-2405. I'll repeat that again. 1-888-403-2405. And you also can call, if you're here in the Round Valley area, you can call 333-0502. And I'll repeat that again, 520-333-0502. I want to thank you all for listening and being patient with me. I am in here by myself. I hope this will help you folks out there. And please tune in tomorrow. I will repeat I will replay the last 5 minutes of his lecture that you just heard. And we will continue from there. So, gosh, I lost for words now. I'll go ahead and play some music. And like I said, I hope you tune in. And thank you for being patient with me. This is my first time. And we'll see you tomorrow. Good night, folks. This is 101.1 FM. I'll return you to the oldies but the goodies.
Wasn't Pauline great, folks? See, I told her that I was going to be right here with her and I would start the broadcast out. And, of course, I was lying. And the reason I did that was because you have to allow people to make mistakes. And after I ran through the whole studio with her, showed her exactly what she had to do, she thought I was going to call in and link up with WBCQ. And when it came time, I told her to go ahead and dial the number. Then when she got WBCQ, I told her to go ahead and link up. And she did it perfectly. And then I told her to consult her notes, and I just left. And I have not been back until now. And she did a wonderful job. I'm very, very proud of her. And she only made one tiny mistake. And she's going to make more, because as long as I've been doing this, I still make mistakes. And there's nobody who's perfect and who won't make mistakes. So she got through her first broadcast by herself, just absolutely admirably. I'm very proud of her. And you should all be.
Well, hello, folks. This is Pauline here on the Hour of the Time. I'm going to be doing the show tonight. For some of you that has already tuned in, I asked Bill if I can do the show this week, because Kim and I have gotten quite a few emails and some phone calls and people asking us about Dr. Wallach and his products and what they can do for them. So I thought this way, me playing Dr. Wallach, Dead Doctor Don't Lie, lecture will help answer quite a few of your answers. I know a lot of you folks have already heard this before, and I'm hoping a lot of your questions will be answered and that you will get a lot out of what Dr. Wallach is saying. This Thursday, and I'm hoping, if everything goes all right, I do have another, I don't think you would call it not a lecture. Dr. Wallach is talking to a Dr. Frager, I believe is how his name is pronounced. He's a psychiatry, I think is how you pronounce it. He talks about selenium and other things about different diseases and stuff like that. So if everything goes all right, I'll be able to play that for you also, and maybe that would help you too. I know a lot of you out there like to, I know a lot of you out there like do a lot of health things, instead of going to like seeing a doctor and stuff like that. You want to try to do as much natural as possible. So I thought this might help with you guys and for me also to learn quite a bit about the herbs and the vitamins and minerals and what it can do for you. So yesterday I did play the first part of Dr. Wallach's lecture, and I did back it up for about the last maybe 2-3 minutes, maybe 5, I'm not too sure. But we'll go from there.
A balloon. He dropped dead like he was poleaxed, right in his home from a ruptured aortic aneurysm. Now, we learned in 57, that he died of something that even a turkey wouldn't die from. The reason why we say that is, 1957, we learned that aneurysms are caused by a copper deficiency. We had a pilot project, 250,000 turkeys, and we made complete food pellets where you put all the 90 nutrients in there. And in the first 13 weeks, fully half of those turkeys died. 125,000 of them. Farmers were out there every morning picking them up by the bushel basket. They took them to the state diagnostic labs, and they were autopsied, and they found out that they all had died from a ruptured aortic aneurysm. So they doubled the amount of copper in there, and the next year they tried to raise 500,000 turkeys, and they didn't lose a single turkey from a ruptured aortic aneurysm. And they ran that experiment in mice and rats and rabbits and dogs and cats and calves and sheep and pigs and whatnot, and guess what? They found out there's a whole series of diseases that are caused by a copper deficiency. Gray hair is the first sign. You start getting gray hair regardless of your age, you got a copper deficiency. You get skin wrinkles because the elastic fibers in your skin are going. Those little crow's feet around your eyes and facial and body skin wrinkles. You look like you're a little prune drying up. Okay? Then, of course, there's the varicose veins. Varicose veins. That's caused by an elastic fiber breakdown. Then, of course, parts of your body begin to sag. Under your arms, your breasts, your bellies, your legs, all this stuff starts sagging. And you can go to a cosmetic surgeon or a plastic surgeon if you want, but it's a lot cheaper and a lot more effective and a lot safer if you just take some copper. Okay, well, Dr. Cartwright may have had a medical degree, but he didn't have expensive urine, so he died of something that even a turkey wouldn't die from. And here's one. This fellow, he was a doctor's doctor, Dr. Martin Carter. He almost made it. He died at age 57. He got his medical degree from Harvard Medical School and his Ph.D. in medicine from Yale. Of course, he was autopsied by the best because he was a doctor's doctor. He said, quote, "The cause of death was a ruptured aortic aneurysm," said Dr. Jules Hirsch at the Rockefeller University Hospital, unquote. What did he die from? Copper deficiency. See, he didn't have expensive urine either. And here's an attorney. I know you guys, you're not a doctor, are you, sir? Here's an attorney. She was so famous, she was from Detroit, age 44, Ellen Joyce Alter. She was in the New York Times obituary. She made the big time. And, of course, she probably had steel buns because she belonged to one of those private health clubs. All these gals want steel buns, doing their little exercises. But she didn't have expensive urine because she died of a ruptured cerebral aneurysm. When they don't do an autopsy, the symptoms could be called a stroke or subdural hemorrhage. but very frequently they're caused by a ruptured aneurysm, which is a copper deficiency. She didn't have expensive urine. How many of you here have ever heard of a guy by the name of Stuart Berger? Stuart Berger. He wrote 5 best-selling books on health and diets and nutrition. He got his medical degree from Tufts Medical School, which is a very fine medical school in Boston, not too far away from Harvard Medical School. And the books he wrote included The Southampton Diet for Weight Loss. He wrote Forever Young, 20 Years Younger in 20 Weeks, and How to Be Your Own Nutritionist. And he died at age 40. How'd you like to follow his dietary practices? He died at age 40 of cardiomyopathy, which is a selenium deficiency. The same cause as white muscle disease or stiff lamb disease. And any farmer can go to a feed store and get selenium pellets or selenium injections, things like Celebtox and Bozy and so forth. And Dr. Stuart Berger, a guy who wrote 5 best-selling books on nutrition, died of a nutritional deficiency. He didn't have expensive urine. Now, you can totally prevent cardiomyopathy for 10 cents a day. And if we don't do it, we're malignant dumb, I like to call it. You're malignant dumb if you don't take in 10 cents a day worth of selenium. It's a waste of your life. That's one of those landmines you can avoid. The medical treatment of choice for cardiomyopathy is a heart transplant of $750,000. I want you to think about that. They get the heart free from a donor. They get the blood free for the surgery from the relatives. They use $2.50 worth of suture material. And they charge you $750,000 for that procedure. Now, 6 months ago in L.A. when they had the earthquake, they were putting people in jail for 60 and 90 days for price gouging for selling these terrified people a gallon of water for $4. They put them in jail for price gouging for selling them a gallon of water for $4. Now, to me, that's entrepreneurialism. You know, that's being in business for yourself. If you had a way to distill water and make water, and you had a car and you could get in there and sell those people a gallon of water for $4, hey, more power to you. Because if you go to a 7-Eleven and buy a quart of Evian water, it's $1.29. So 4 of those quarts is $5. Kind of interesting, isn't it? They said it was price gouging because those people were terrified. Well, talk about a person who needs a new heart. They're terrified. $750,000, we should put those doctors in jail. But we bow to them because, that's high-tech medicine. Out of 270 million people in America, you save about 50 a year. Is that cost-effective? I don't think so. At any rate, Dr. Stuart Berger didn't have expensive urine. Now, here's the last one, and many of you may know this woman. Her name is Dr. Gail Clark. She was age 47. She was the chief cardiologist of the West St. Louis County group of hospitals. She was the chief cardiologist for the St. Mary's Hospital, St. Mary's Health Center in Richmond Heights in St. Louis County. She was age 47. Guess what she died from? Heart attack, a cardiomyopathy heart attack. You can just see her walking down the hall. She's got the stethoscope around her neck. You know, this is their little status symbol. Got my stethoscope around my neck. Back when I was in school, they folded it up very bravely and put it in their pocket. Boom! She falls down. She has a heart attack right in the hall. And, of course, the nurses scoop her up and put her on a gurney, and they call the technicians and another doctor, code 3, code blue, whatever it is, and they whip her into the room. And you can hear them, let's say you're a cardiac patient, you're laying there, you're all hooked up to the monitors and the IVs, and you hear them say, okay, tear her clothes off. Okay, stand back. Didn't work, turn it up, stand back. And then you hear that terrible sound when you know that the treatment didn't work. The flat line when you know the heart is gone. Everybody walks out of the room dejected, and you say, nurse, what happened next door? And she says, well, your cardiologist, you know, the chief cardiologist of this hospital, age 47, Dr. Gail Clark, just died of a cardiomyopathy heart attack. But you can see all the patients are holding their gowns. And they're running out of that hospital, leaving their watches and their shoes and their checkbooks and everything and their plastic credit cards because they don't want to get what Dr. Gail Clark got. My mommy sent me that one. Lastly on that subject, how many of you have ever heard of Reggie Lewis? Reggie Lewis was a great athlete. He was a good, clean athlete. Age 27, he was the captain of the Boston Celtics basketball team. Had a $65 million a year contract. Didn't cause the team or his public any problems. Didn't use 4-letter words. Didn't use drugs. Not a bad word come out of his mouth. And in April of 1993, he collapsed on the floor during a game with the San Antonio Spurs. and he was diagnosed with cardiomyopathy. Now, because he was an athlete in good shape, he survived that first heart attack. The Boston Celtics paid 12 cardiologists $1 million each on the front end to save Reggie. Save Reggie, and they spent $12 million. They didn't take $20 and send a medical student to the library to find out what are all the causes of cardiomyopathy. They just argued and bickered over who was going to get famous and rich by doing the heart surgery, the transplant on Reggie. Well, July 28, 1993, Reggie died of his cardiomyopathy. And here's a $65 million a year athlete, and they paid $12 million for 12 cardiologists to save him. What chance do you think you have in a hospital with a cardiologist who needs a Mercedes payment or has 5 ex-wives to pay? He's not going to give you 10 cents a day worth of selenium. He won $750,000. He earned it. He went to medical school for 8 years. Well, if you believe that's true, you just go ahead and get in line. But if you object to that, don't get in line and take your selenium. Well, why does this go on? Even though we know that these things are wrong, we inherently know that, and we know that there's the truth out there. We see it in the newspaper every day. Why does it go on? Well, there's a 5-letter word that's worse than any 4-letter word. It's M-O-N-E-Y. And I'm not against people making a living or making money. There's nothing wrong with that. But when you injure other people to get it, then there's something wrong with it. At any rate, this is illustrated by an article that was in the Washington Post, November 2nd, 1992, and the title of the article is Lining Doc's Pockets. And the first paragraph says, if you go to your doctor, you want him to think of you as a patient, not a cash cow. But 2 studies in this month's New England Journal of Medicine show that doctors are out to milk you dry. I couldn't believe doctors would write that in their own medical journal, so I went to the medical school in San Diego, in La Jolla, took out those articles out of the library, and sure enough, they were in there. But they were written by 2 PhD hospital directors, administrators. What they said was, hey, it's not paperwork, it's not insurance, it's not all this computer stuff that's running the cost up of health care. It's you doctors, because there's a lot of things you can do in your office for $50. But instead, when a person has good insurance, you say to them, well, I can't quite tell what's wrong. You got good insurance. Let's check you into the hospital for a week or 10 days and run some tests. Well, who do you think owns the hospital? The doctor. The doctor does. And so he's referring you in there to make sure those beds are full and that all the overhead is taken care of. Remember, when you pay the doctor bill, where does it go? Where does it go? Well, it's gotten so bad that even the Reader's Digest has jumped on the bandwagon. To me, the Reader's Digest is a magazine that never says anything negative or bad about anybody or any group. It's the sweetest little magazine that ever was. The September 1993 issue features an article that says, can you trust your doctor? It lists 12 ways that doctors scam your money. Now, I'll let you read 11 of them yourself. I'll give you the worst one. In addition to their income from office fees and surgical fees and lab fees and hospitalization, in addition to all those fees, doctors get a kickback from the labs and the x-ray labs and clinics and hospitals. They get a kickback of $421 every time they send you in for a CAT scan or an MRI. And doctors tell you, oh, we do that because we're practicing defensive medicine, because if I miss something, 1 in 10 billion, you're going to sue me. So I do this just to protect myself. Well, if it was just to protect themselves and you knew them and they knew you, 90% of the people say, oh, just skip it, doc. If you don't really think it's necessary, let's save the money. But they got something more than defensive medicine to worry about. They get $421 in a kickback for every time they send you in for an MRI or a CAT scan. Well, when I practiced for 12 years up in Portland, somebody come to me with a terrible headache, never had one, I just walk up to them and tap them on the sinuses. And if they collapse to their knees, I know they had a sinus headache. Oh, doc, why'd you do that? Well, I just wondered, that's a cheap lab test, you know. Then if they had, thank you, if they had blood dripping out of their nose, they'd take a $35 x-ray to see if they had a cancer in there. $35 and a free lab test, as opposed to $421. If I wanted to make that $421, I'd have been a good thief. What I'd have done, I'd have built a chute right into that CAT scan machine, because I knew how to build chutes living on a farm. And I'd have gone out in the street, and I'd have got every homeless person, I'd line them up in them chutes. I'd put soup and a Big Mac at the end of that tube, you know. And I'd say, I'm going to buy you a $1.50 dinner. I'm a good guy. I'm going to buy you a $1.50 dinner. You just got to go through this chute, go through that tube, and you get your sandwich and your soup. Man, they'd be flowing through there, maybe 100 a day. And I could start adding some things up. It'd be a lot of fun. At any rate, the average doctor gets $228,660 a year in CAT scan kickbacks. $250,000 a year. In any other industry, if you do that, politicians, lawyers, businessmen, stockbrokers, they get put in jail. But doctors, it's okay. Because insurance pays for it. Hillary will pay for it. We don't mind if they steal his blind. It's free. Well, remember I told you I was going to tell you about pica. Pica is a funny disease. P-I-C-A. I'm not talking about the type style that you see in typewriters and computers. But pica is a disease that farmers know about. In horses, it's called cribbing, when they chew on the feed bunk, the wooden feed bunk. You know you better give them some minerals, otherwise they're going to eat that feed bunk. Also, in cattle, dairy cattle especially, where they're losing lots of minerals through their milk all the time, intensive milking, you'll see them picking up big rocks in the creek and chewing on them, or they'll chew on barbed wire, or maybe you'll see them walking down through a path with a deer bone in their mouth or something, or a shingle. That's called pica. And a good farmer or husbandryman knows you better give them some minerals, otherwise they're going to eat the barn or something. In human beings, we see this at funny times. Pregnant women are notorious for pica. In the middle of the night, they'll elbow their husband and say, hey, you better get up, I want some pickles and ice cream. They're craving minerals because that fetus is pulling minerals out of their body. They need some more minerals, and so it's recognized as a craving for things like sweets and salts and so forth. We see this in pregnant women. I used to have people come to my practice and they say, Doc, do I need to go see a shrink? I said, why is that? Well, I wake up in the middle of the night and I go outside with a spoon and I eat dirt. And no, that's okay. Just make sure it's clean dirt. Then they say, my kid sits there with a kitty litter box between his legs and he has a spoon and he's eating that stuff out of the kitty litter box. And then in housing projects, little kids will eat lead paint off the walls, and they get lead poison, get learning disabilities and bone problems and anemia. And we're good, so we spend $5 million to scrape the lead paint off of there and repaint it with latex paint. And all we have to do is give those kids 10 cents a day worth of minerals. It'd be better for them and save us $5 million. It's your tax money, and if we allow them to throw them away, those dollars, it's kind of interesting. At any rate, if you have a selenium deficiency, and you don't want to wait until you get cardiomyopathy and drop dead from a heart attack to recognize it, if you look on your hands and look in the mirror in your face, if you have liver spots or age spots, and I see quite a few from here, you have an early selenium deficiency. That's called free radical damage. And fortunately for you, if you recognize that, and you start taking in some colloidal selenium, in 4 to 6 months, those will all go away. You'll reverse that in 4 to 6 months. When they go away on the outside, they're going away on the inside, in your brain and your heart and your liver and your kidneys. And if you have low blood sugar, how many in this room have low blood sugar? Anybody in here have low blood sugar? Okay, about 10%. How many of you have ever seen a hyperactive kid who gets on sugar? Okay, about everybody in the room. People who have sugar problems are like alcoholics. There's good ones and bad ones. You know, the good alcoholics are one, when they get 2 drinks, they just go off in a corner and go to sleep, right? Same way with somebody with low blood sugar. They eat a big meal or they eat a piece of pie. 3 hours later, they clunk out and go to sleep. Then there's bad alcoholics. They're the one that gets 2 drinks in them and they get violent and raged and they want to fight everybody. They punch holes in the wall. You know, big brave fellows, and they kick their wife and kick the dog and take the chainsaw and cut their neighbor's tree down and all these wild things and drive reckless down the roads and kill people. Those are the bad drunks. Well, people who have blood sugar problems, there's bad blood sugar people too. They get a little crazy. Okay, I don't know how many of you remember the Twinkie defense, right? Remember where somebody murdered 2 people, and he claimed he ate a Twinkie 3 hours before he murdered them, so they let him off because he got temporarily insane every time he ate sugar. Now, don't any of you try that. Well, chromium and vanadium deficiency will result in these sugar problems. Low blood sugar, and if you let it go on for any length of time, you develop diabetes, chromium and vanadium. Then a tin deficiency, the early symptoms of a tin deficiency are male pattern baldness. I see a lot of tin deficiency in this room. Yes. And if you let it go on for any length of time, you get deafness. Then there's a boron deficiency, and you gals should know about boron because it helps you keep the calcium you take in your bones so you don't get osteoporosis. Boron. Also, it helps you make estrogen. It helps you fellas make testosterone. If you don't take in enough boron, you ladies are going to suffer miserably going through menopause. Okay, you're going to have all those terrible symptoms. If you fellas don't get enough boron, can't make testosterone, you won't know whether to lead or follow on the dance floor. You're going to be confused. She's saying he's got a boron deficiency. Then in laboratory, I should tell you too, we said this on the show today. Those of you may not have heard it. Some of you didn't hear the whole show. The first symptoms of a zinc deficiency is you lose your sense of smell and your taste. You say, food just doesn't taste good anymore, and you don't have a cold or anything like that. And you say, your wife says, well, aren't you excited about dinner? I spent the whole day in the kitchen cooking dinner. He says, well, I didn't smell anything when I walked in. He's got a zinc deficiency. Well, in laboratory animals, there's some 7 rare earths. These rare earths are trace minerals you need in lesser amounts than you need trace minerals, and they actually double the lifespan of laboratory animals. They've not been proven in humans yet, but I'm not going to wait 500 years for doctors to approve it. They're still arguing over vitamin C and calcium, right? So I'm just going to do it. Didn't kill any laboratory animals, just doubles their life, and it's not a drug. These rare earths are called lanthanum, praseodymium, neodymium, samarium, europium, ytterbium, and thulium. There must be a reason why they're named after Old Testament cities. Well, remember I told you we needed 90 nutrients, we need 60 minerals, we need 16 vitamins, 12 essential amino acids, and 3 essential fatty acids. And, of course, we're lucky in that plants as a group can make most vitamins, amino acids, and fatty acids. Plants can do that because they just take carbon out of the air and make carbon chains to make vitamins, amino acids, and fatty acids. But you have to eat 15 to 25 different plants a day in the right combinations to make this happen. Theoretically, it's possible, but most Americans don't do it. The average American thinks if they eat some potato buds out of a Betty Crocker box, they're eating a vegetable. Okay, so you got to be careful of what you're considering a vegetable. Then, of course, people want to do right by their doctor, and they eat low-fat turkey breast, and they put a half a jar of mayonnaise on there, and they put it between 2 slices of Wonder Styrofoam bread. Remember that stuff you can insulate your house with and put in your shoes when you get a hole in the shoe? I remember when I was a kid 50 years ago, it was a lot of fun because we had Wonder Bread. We didn't have TVs back then on the farm. We didn't even have dryers that went round and round, so the only thing you could do in the wintertime was sit in the kitchen and wonder at a loaf of Wonder Bread. And they had the blue and red and green and yellow balloons on there. And if you read the label as many times as I do, you know it said things like, helps build bodies at 12 ways. And about 15 years later, the FDA made them change it to help build your body 8 ways. Now, if you go to the store and look at Wonder Bread wrappers, it just says Wonder Bread. So it kind of gives you a clue. So even though this is theoretically possible, it's not likely to happen that you're going to get your vitamins, amino acids, and fatty acids in proper proportions from your diet. And so if your life is as valuable to you as mine is to me and my children's and my grandchildren's is to me, I would make sure that I take in all my vitamins and amino acids and fatty acids, because I guarantee you won't make it to 120 or 140 if you don't. You're just not going to do it. Now, minerals are another story. We have a tragic story when it comes to minerals because plants cannot make minerals in any way, shape, or form, and if they're not in the soil anymore, they're not in our plants. We have for you, when you leave, a free copy of a summary of U.S. Senate Document 264. U.S. Senate Document 264 is from the 74th Congress, second session, and it says that our farm soils and our range soils are depleted of minerals, and the crops, the grains, the fruits and the vegetables, and the nuts that are grown on these depleted farm and range soils are minerally deficient, and the people who eat them get mineral deficiency diseases. And the only way to prevent and cure them is with mineral supplements. That's U.S. Senate Document 264, 74th Congress, second session. It was written and printed by the U.S. Congress in 1936, 58 years ago. Do you think it's gotten any better? No. It has not gotten any better. It's only gotten worse. And the reason is, if you guys do what we did, and people continue to do, is we put NPK on our land, nitrogen, phosphorus, potassium, and you see it as these 3 numbers in many combinations of ratios. These represent percentages of these 3 nutrients, nitrogen, phosphorus, potassium. And those of you who don't have any experience on farms, the reason why we do this is farmers get paid for tons and bushels. There's no subsidy that encourages people to put 60 minerals back in the soil. You get paid for tons and bushels, and for $40 an acre, you can get the maximum yield in tons and bushels. It only takes 5 to 10 years to deplete the land of minerals, because every time you harvest a crop, those plants pull minerals out of the soil, many pounds per acre every time you haul a crop out. So soon those minerals are gone. And if you only put back in 3 and you take out 60, it's like a checking account. If you only put $3 in your checking account every month and write checks for 60, what's going to happen to your checks? Boing, boing, boing. They bounce. Exactly. Well, I can tell you that our health is bouncing right now to the tune of $1.2 trillion a year because there's no more minerals left in our soil. It's our responsibility, each and every one of us, to be responsible for our health and consciously take in these minerals. I have a lot of people ask me, what did these people do thousands of years ago? They didn't even have commercial fertilizers. What did they do? These societies that had long-lived people and whatnot. I want you to think about the Egyptians, the Chinese, people from India that lived around these great rivers, the Nile River, the Ganges River, the Yalu River in China. And what used to happen was every year or so it would flood, just like it did here in northern Missouri last year. And every time it flooded, guess what would happen? It would bring silt or rock dust from mountains from 500 or 1,000 miles away. And those people would pray to every god they had, the water god, the sky god, the wind god, the rock god, to flood. We pray, don't flood. They used to pray to flood because they had their floods during the wintertime and would put silt and minerals back in the soil, and their grain was very valuable. King Philip, who was the father of Alexander the Great, married the 12-year-old child queen of Egypt, Cleopatra. She didn't look like Elizabeth Taylor, all made up in beautiful costumes. She was a little flat-chested teeny bopper, not very sexy. But Philip married her because she controlled the best wheat in the world. And if he wanted his Macedonian army to conquer the world through his son Alexander the Great, he needed the best wheat in the world so he could march 20 hours a day, fight for 6 hours, and win. If they used the wheat from the depleted soils in Greece, they couldn't go 20 minutes without saying, "Mommy, pick me up." Can you imagine these big Greek soldiers? "Oh, my legs hurt. Pick me up." And so they knew the best place to get wheat was from Egypt. It was those floods that gave them those minerals. And all those cultures that came up with all the great art and all the great technology came from those places because they had more intelligence or they had more nutrition, more minerals. I heard somebody say, very good. So you're getting the picture. But what I'm going to do here is I'm just going to pick out a couple of minerals, just a couple of them, so you get the idea. It applies to all of them. Let's just pick out a common one, like calcium. Everybody knows about calcium. Calcium deficiency will result in something like 147 different diseases. They're just different names. They're named after people like Bell's palsy. Bell's palsy is, everybody knows about that. One side of your face sags. It's not a true stroke. It just affects your facial muscles. It's caused by calcium deficiency. We'll talk about it in a little bit. But everybody knows about this one, osteoporosis. It's the number 10 killer of adults in the United States. It's very expensive. It costs you $35,000 each for each hip to replace. It's okay. It's free. Insurance or Medicare or Hillary will pay for it. It costs you $70,000 for both hips. As expensive as it is, and the number 10 killer, remember? Mrs. Skeets from Radford, Virginia, aged 115 years of age. She died of complications of a fall. We don't have osteoporosis in animals, and it's because of farmers we don't have osteoporosis in animals. It goes like this. You have a pasture with 100 cows in it, and this year you didn't have any calves. You can't repay your operating loan. You're in trouble, right? Because you paid for the feed and the vet bill and mowed the pasture and fertilized and maintained the fence and fed the cows and all this, that, and the other. You don't have any calves. You can't pay back the operating loan and make any money. So you call the vet out and you say, "Do I get rid of these cows? What happened here?" And he examines the cows. There's nothing wrong with them. He says, "Let me look at the bull." And he says, "Aha, here's your problem. That bull has osteoporosis of both hips, can't breed the cows, didn't have any calves." He says, "I'll tell you what, though." He says, "You give me $70,000. He says, "I'll put 2 new hips in that bull, and next year you'll have some calves." Well, the first thing that farmer says is, "Stand back, Doc." Boom! He blows that bull away with a deer rifle. And while the kids are grinding the bull up with a grinder and cutting roasts and steaks off that bull, the farmer's chewing on a straw and saying, "Now, Doc," pushes his Stetson up a little bit, and he says, I wasn't going to pay you $70,000 for that old bull." He says, "I can get a new bull every year for 70 years for that." He says, "But every once in a while I get a bull that throws good calves. I'd like to keep them. Is there any way I can prevent that osteoporosis thing from happening to a good bull?" He says, "Well, yeah." He says, "If you'll give a bull calf 10 cents worth of calcium every day after he's weaned, he'll never get osteoporosis." Farmer said, "No, wait a minute, Doc. You mean if I give that bull 10 cents a day worth of calcium from the time he's weaned, I can prevent a $70,000 disaster?" He said, "Oh, yeah, it's that simple." He says, "You mean all I have to do is give up a half a cup of coffee a day to do that?" He says, "Yeah, that's it." He says, "I choose that one." He says, "I'll give up the half a cup of coffee." And that's what we have to think like, okay? Then there's receding gums. dentists and periodontists will tell you that if you want to prevent and cure receding gums, you better floss and brush after every meal. If you believe that works, I have some oceanfront property in Montana to sell you. If you all know your geography, you know that doesn't work. Now, as a veterinarian, I've seen hundreds of thousands of animals of all kinds: mice, rats, rabbits, dogs, cats, sheep, pigs, horses, lions, and tigers, and bears, and they don't get receding gums. And they don't floss. Now, they do get funky breath, but they don't get receding gums. Well, if you want to smell something, you just let a camel breathe on you, boy. Well, the reason we don't have receding gums in livestock is because we've dealt with the osteoporosis problem. Receding gums is not a deficiency of flossing. It's, in fact, osteoporosis of the jaw bones and of the facial bones. So if you have gingivitis or receding gums, you have advanced osteoporosis. Those bones around your teeth are melting away little bit by little bit every day. And if you take your teeth out at night and put them in a glass next to your bed and that fizzy stuff, you have major advanced osteoporosis because all your bone has melted away. Okay? Then there's arthritis. We talked about that a little bit earlier. Remember the chicken cartilage or the Knox gelatin? 85% of all arthritis is caused by osteoporosis of the joint ends of the bones. You're talking about degenerative arthritis, osteoarthritis, sciatica, lumbago, rheumatism, all those sorts of things. They're caused by osteoporosis of the joint ends of the bones. I want you to think about something for a minute. If you don't take a pain reliever or an anti-inflammatory for that arthritis, let's say you get arthritis of the hips, you're going to kind of favor that a little bit, aren't you? You're going to get a cane or a walker or crutches. You're going to favor it, and so you don't put any weight on it. I want you to think about that for just a second, because then I want you to think about driving your tractor in the field, or you're driving a Mercedes down the highway. Either one, doesn't matter. Whichever you love more. And let's say you didn't put the nut on that oil pan real tight and all the oil drained out. And that light on the dashboard comes on and says, "I'm getting hot, you better give me some oil." And that light irritates you. So you stop, you open up the hood, you get your clippers out, your fence clippers, and you clip the wire to that light, and you close the hood, and you just keep driving. Would you do that to your tractor or your Mercedes? No, you wouldn't. But we take those pain relievers for arthritis, and we go out there and square dance and do the Texas two-step and do our 5-mile walks and our aerobics. That pill works real good, Doc, because it killed my pain. And you're just wearing that thing off faster and faster. Then your doctor's really going to get rich because you need joint replacement surgery. Then there's hypertension. This is one of my favorites, so I'll put a star over here. Hypertension is high blood pressure. What's the first nutritional thing that a doctor will tell you to give up nutritionally when you get high blood pressure? Give up salt. Everybody knows that one. That's been ingrained in our head. Well, they must think we're dumber than cows, because what's the first thing you put out for your livestock? It's about that big. A salt block. No farmer is going to be economically viable if you don't put a salt block out for your livestock. They're going to die. And your veterinary bills are going to go crazy. But we're supposed to believe that we don't need salt. You can get everything you need out of your lettuce and your whole wheat bread and stuff like that. Well, don't believe that one either. If you believe that, I got some more oceanfront property in Montana for you. Remember, those long-lived people put a big chunk of rock salt the size of a big black Concord grape in every cup of tea, and they drink about 40 cups of tea a day because they live at high altitudes where it's very dry. They have to keep hydrated. And they put butter in their tea. They put 2 pats of butter and a chunk of rock salt. They don't put the pink stuff or the blue stuff or skim milk or what do they call it? Cremora or whatever it is. Okay? Guess what? The doctors who live to be 58 tell you no salt, no butter. The people who live to be 120, they put in butter and salt. So you got to make some choices. Well, they took $30 million of your tax money, and 2 years ago, after a 20-year study, they came out and said that they took 5,000 people with high blood pressure, they took them off their medication, and put them on a reduced salt diet, a restricted salt diet, and they all died. No big surprise, but somebody got a PhD degree, and everybody was happy, right? But when they looked at this results, they said that, only 99.7% of the people didn't get any results from that before they died. 0.3% did get some results, dropped their blood pressure 1 point before they died by restricting their salt. So the referees who judged that article said, doesn't matter, you might as well let high blood pressure patients eat salted peanuts and dill pickles and salt their food to taste, because it doesn't matter. In fact, worrying about the salt is more stress than taking the salt. Then they had a control group put 5,000 people with high blood pressure, and they doubled their RDA of calcium, and they stopped the experiment in 6 weeks because 85% of them were cured of their high blood pressure just by doubling their calcium intake.
When you're out on the range and your stomach screams, a smart fella gobbles some beef. Cheese, pork and beef. If your tummy starts to grumble, well, you know what that means. It's time to gobble some beef. Cheese, pork and beef.
Don't you love it?
I don't mean to interrupt you there, Bill, but for you folks out there, I'm really hoping this is helping you guys out in answering a lot of your questions and stuff. If you have a piece of paper and a pen or a pencil to write with, if you want to get the information pack about Dr. Wallach's products and or have any questions about the pig arthritis formula, here's the number you can call. It's 1-888-701-0502. I'll repeat that again. It's 1-888-701-0502. And I'll return it back to Bill.
Boy, if you're like me, folks, you're just really, I'm writing as fast as I can, and I've heard all of this before. And every time I hear it again, I hear something that I forgot to write down the last time that I heard it. It's incredible. Let's really pay attention. Let's concentrate. Let's do the right thing, and let's get everybody healthy again. Let's ensure for ourselves and our families a long, healthy, productive life. It's not going to do us any good to restore the Constitution to constitutional Republican government under law. Ladies and gentlemen, if we're all sick. That makes sense to me. How about you? If you'd like to obtain more information about what you're hearing tonight and find out how you can help get your family back on the way to health, call 1-888-403-2405. That's 1-888-403-2405. One more time. Write this down. 1-888-403-2405. Call right now, folks. Make sure that you call this number. I'm telling you, I can't even explain to you how much more healthy and happy I feel since I've been following the advice of Dr. Joel Wallach. And I think that you're going to have the same experience. At least I hope that you do. It's incredible. Absolutely.
Alrighty. The other number is in case you get a busy signal and you don't want to be put on hold. Go ahead and call the other number. It should be open to for your call. Tim will be on the other line. So we hope we hear from you.
Incredible. I have struggled with the most excruciating pain in my legs for years. Years and years and years, to the point, ladies and gentlemen, where I actually thought that I couldn't go on anymore. And if you don't believe that, you talk to my wife and children, or some of the people who know me personally, who've attended our conferences and seen me hobbling around at the end of the day in excruciating pain. It's almost gone now. Nothing that I have ever done has ever helped with this pain, except what I've learned from Dr. Wallach.
They stopped their high blood pressure medication. But what they did was they went to the doctor and he says, "You don't need this medication anymore." "What are you doing?" He said, "Well, I'm on this experiment where I double my calcium intake." Anybody get a recall notice from your doctor saying it's okay to salt your food to taste and please do double your calcium intake? Anybody get that? Not a single one. That's very interesting. Then, of course, there's insomnia. That's where you roll around all night and when you wake up in the morning, you're more tired when you went to bed. That's insomnia. Of course, doctors have two treatments for that. They have Halcyon, which is a sleeping pill, and they have barbiturates. They kill about 10,000 people a year with overdoses of those things, but that's okay. It's in prescription, and they're watching out for us. And remember George Bush, when he went to Japan, they gave him some Halcyon so he could sleep on the way to Japan because of the time difference. And when he woke up, one of the side effects of Halcyon is nausea and vomiting. I don't know how you say it in Japanese, but it was very dramatic on world TV, right? Not very presidential. And so I'm sure that's why he lost the election, because he puked over that Japanese ambassador. And then, of course, there's kidney stones. And then there's bone spurs, heel spurs, and calcium deposits. Again, physicians will tell you the first thing to give up nutritionally is calcium and dairy, because they have this foolish belief, the stupid belief, the ignorant belief that the calcium in kidney stones, bone spurs, heel spurs, and calcium deposits come from your diet, when instead it only comes from your bones when you have a raging osteoporosis. And when you get these things, you need more calcium, not less. Then there's cramps and twitches. You wake up in the middle of the night and your foot is all cramped up around your neck. You say, "Lord, take me from the knee down. I'm not going to make it till morning." We've all experienced that. That's very common. The one that bothered me when I was a teenager was twitches. My eyelids used to twitch. And I'd look in the mirror and I'd say, "Do people see that, or is that just my imagination?" And sure enough, I could see it actually twitching. So I showed my mom, and she got panicked, This was during the early 50s, and she grabbed me by the shirt, and she took me down to this lady doctor. I'll never forget. Her name was Mary Jane Skeffington. And she had me sit down in my jockey underwear in the little stainless steel stool, that she could wrench down and up. I'm sitting there in my jockey underwear for an hour. She'd look in my eye for 10, 15 minutes. She couldn't figure it out, so she'd go on to another patient, come back, and look. I knew she was lost, right? Now, today that'd be sexual harassment, sitting there naked for an hour in the doctor's office. But then I knew she was just lost. And so I said, "Look, Doc, I'm a man." I was 14 years old. "I'm a man, and I play football, and I'm on the wrestling team and the weightlifting team in my high school. If you have to amputate my eyelids, just do it." And so she got the picture, so she went in her office. She came back. She had a Maybelline mascara eyelash brush and a little mirror. I kind of looked at her, and I said, "What's that for?" And she said, "Well, the only thing I can figure out is your eyelashes are curled back and they're tickling your eyeballs, and that's what's making your eyelids twitch. So what I want you to do," and she's giving me this feminine stuff, she says, "I want you to retrain your eyelashes with this Maybelline mascara eyelash brush." I said, "Wait a minute, Doc, you want me to sit on the bench? I play defense. You want me to sit on the bench when the team, and you want me to do this?" I said, "My own team will kill me. You got to be kidding." So I put on my pants, and I leave, and I go to the school library, and I get out a health book written by two nurses, and I look up muscle cramps and muscle twitches, and it says calcium deficiency. So I knew when I was 14 years old the doctors didn't know anything about nutrition. And it hasn't changed, believe me. Oh, I forgot to tell you how I fixed it. I went home and I grabbed some of them calf pellets. And after eating a handful a day, in 3 days they were all gone and never came back. So if you see me with a handful of stuff bulging in my pockets, you know it's calf pellets. Then there's PMS, premenstrual syndrome. The emotional and physical stuff. The medical treatment of choice for PMS is what we call a hysterical ectomy. It's been shortened to hysterectomy. That's a 100-year-old treatment. Now, doctors do about 285,000 unnecessary hysterical ectomies a year, but it makes Mercedes payments, so they do them. Even the AMA said they're unnecessary, but they don't take their licenses away, and people keep going to them. Can you imagine a poor woman in her 30s? She says, "Doc, you got to do something. Every time I go out to hang up the clothes, my neighbor's kids run down the basement screaming witch. My own kids think I'm crazy. My husband's leaving me. I'm going to lose my job. You got to do something." So instead of giving her some calcium, he says, "Well, I'm due for a Mercedes payment, and I know I'm not supposed to do that surgery, but let me give you a hysterical ectomy, and we'll both be happy." Well, the University of California, San Diego came out 3 years ago now and said if you just double the RDA of calcium intake, you get rid of 85% of the emotional and physical symptoms of PMS. And when that came out, there were huge lines around the health food stores around the blocks, and people had sleeping bags that they closed before they all got their calcium, and every person in line was a man. They were there for their daughters and their girlfriends and their wives and things like that. Okay, and lastly is low back pain. 85% of Americans get low back pain whether you work on a computer or you unload hay or you drive big trucks, doesn't matter. Low back is a big problem. Low back is just osteoporosis of the vertebrae, whether you have a disc problem or whatnot, because if your disc doesn't have anything to hold on to, your vertebrae have melted away, what's going to happen to the disc? Especially if you have a copper deficiency because they're made out of elastic fibers, they go like a water balloon with a lot of pressure on them. Well, I just want you to look at this quickly before we do the last mineral. Low back, you go to an orthopedic surgeon or a rheumatologist, you might get a muscle relaxant. You might get Valium and a muscle relaxant. You get a laminectomy. You get your vertebrae fused. You might get a disc operation. They don't tell you 75% of the time you'll never be the same again. Right? PMS, you go to your OBGYN. You can go to an internist. You can go to a family counselor, a shrink, or a divorce attorney. Cramps and twitches, you go to a neurologist. You go to a sports medicine doctor, an internist. Bone spurs, heel spurs, calcium deposits, you go to a rheumatologist, an orthopedic surgeon, or a podiatrist. Kidney stones, you go to a urologist, or an internist, or a surgeon. Insomnia, you go to a shrink or a sleep clinic or an internist. Hypertension, you go to a cardiologist, an internist, or a surgeon. Arthritis, a rheumatologist, a orthopedic surgeon, or an internist. Receding gums, you go to a dentist or a periodontist. Osteoporosis, you go to all those health specialists, including a tongue salesman. For nothing more than a calcium deficiency. It costs you 10 cents a day to deal with. Now, on the average, because Americans have insurance and we have Medicare and Medicaid, we spend on the average $25,000 to $250,000, and we undergo 5 to 10 surgical procedures a year for a calcium deficiency. And we beg the doctors to do it. We beg the doctors to do it. Well, it's our choice. The last one I'll share with you is diabetes. Everybody's touched by diabetes. It's the number 3 cause of death in adults in the United States. Number 3 cause of death. And it has terrible complications and side effects, diabetes. The side effects include blindness of many kinds. Then there's a kidney failure with dialysis and kidney transplant. There's cardiovascular disease of all kinds, and of course that contributes to the number 1 cause of death, which is the number 1 cause of death. Then there's amputations. Everybody ought to have one of those because they're totally paid for in your health thing. Because they assume that you're not just going to get one because you want to get everything in your health benefits. And then you shorten your life because you have diabetes. On the average, you have a shorter lifespan than someone who doesn't have diabetes. Now, we learned in 1957 in the animal industry that we could prevent and cure diabetes with 2 trace minerals. That's a pretty profound statement. That we could prevent and cure diabetes with 2 trace minerals in 1957 in animals. It was published in Federation Proceedings, which is the official journal of the American Science, the National Institutes of Health. The official monthly journal was August 1957. Today, when your doctor gets a new diabetic patient, he drops to his knees and says, "Thank you, Lord." Then he gets up and he runs to the phone and he picks it up and he calls his real estate agent. Because every time he gets a new diabetic patient, you represent $250,000 to him over a 20, 30, 40-year period. Because he knows that eventually you're going to go through that. And so he calls his real estate agent and says, "I need a new apartment complex. I need a small farm." Or their big thing now is they all want strip malls. They have this thing, it's kind of like Monopoly, they all want strip malls. Well, the 2 trace minerals that you can get to prevent and cure this are chromium and vanadium. Vanadium alone, according to the University of Vancouver, British Columbia Medical School, vanadium alone will replace insulin in adult-onset diabetics, which represent 85% of all diabetics. Of course, they can't quit their insulin cold turkey. They've got to gradually wean off of it. It takes 4 to 6 months for most people. to slowly wean off of insulin if they're taking in adequate amounts of chromium and vanadium. I've seen it work on hundreds and hundreds of people. Now, to me, this is criminal, because if you write to Hills Packing Company that makes Science Diet dog food right over here in Topeka, Kansas. I don't know if I'm pointing west, but that way, okay, they're all saying that way. Topeka, Kansas, they manufacture Science Diet dog food and other Science Diet products, high-tech food for animals. If you write them and say, how many minerals exactly is in Science Diet for dog food, they'll write you back and say there's 40 minerals. You write Checkerboard Square in St. Louis, Ralston, Korea, and say, just how many minerals are in your rat pellets for laboratory rats? And they'll say there's 28 minerals. I'll give anybody in this room a crisp new $100 bill if you can find me a human infant formula in a grocery store that has more than 11. So our dogs get 40 minerals. Now, that's what Mike Murphy was saying. His dog never seems to get sick. But he's getting this canned dog food with all these vitamins and minerals in there. So our dogs get 40 minerals, our rats get 28 minerals, and our human infants get 11. Is that fair? No, that's called fraud. Doesn't matter if you're talking about SMA, Similac, Isomil, Pro-Soy B. In fact, that's why they call Similac, because it lacks everything. Okay, if I've convinced you that you have to consciously take in all the minerals yourself, that you can't depend on your food, and certainly you can't depend on anything that's boxed or packaged or bottled, there are three types of minerals that you have to be concerned about. One is metallic minerals. Metallic minerals are essentially ground up rocks. Metallic minerals are things like oyster shell, eggshell, dolomite, limestone, calcium carbonate, clays of various kinds, Mount Marulanite clay, seabed minerals. They're all Tums. They're only 8 to 12% absorbable. When you reach age 35 to 40, it drops down to 3 to 5%. And I have to tell you a story here. Some of you heard this on the show today. I ran into a guy at a meeting like this up at Grand Rapids, Michigan, and this fellow owns a porta potty business. You know, that's that green or blue-colored outhouse. Man, if we'd only had one of those back when I was a kid. We had these ones with splinters, you know, in the wood. At any rate, he said, I see something that describes that in my porta potty business. I said, what's that? He says, well, when we take those things back to the shop to clean them out with a pressure hose, he says we put a quarter-inch grid underneath them because kids throw rocks and sticks and toys in there, and if we don't put a grid there, it blocks up the sewer system. It costs us thousands of dollars to fix it. He says, every time we clean one of those out, we find hundreds of vitamin tablets. I said, well, how do you know they're vitamin tablets? He said, well, that's really easy. He says, right on the coating it says Theragram M, 1 a day Centrum. He says, come here. He takes me out in the back of the shop, and there's this literal mountain of all these vitamin pills he got out of his porta potties. That's because you can't absorb metallic minerals. If you read the labels on those multiples, they say your iron comes in the form of iron oxide. What is iron oxide? Rust. You might as well just go out to an old railroad track and take your butter knife and scrape some of that rust off and lick it, and you're going to get your iron supplement. Well, that's what they're giving you. Well, I'll show you how bad it is if you take something like calcium lactate, which is a common metallic mineral. Let's say it's a calcium tablet, calcium lactate, 1,000 milligrams. If you take 2 of those, you're not getting 2,000 milligrams of calcium. In fact, I have people all the time say, well, I took lots of calcium, Doc. I hear you on the radio talking about calcium and arthritis, and I took 2,000 milligrams of calcium a day. It didn't help my arthritis. In fact, it got worse. I said, what kind of calcium are you taking? They said calcium lactate. Well, there's your problem, because only 250 milligrams of that is metallic calcium. So let's say you absorb 10% of that. Then the other 750 milligrams is lactose or milk sugar. So 10% of 250 is 25. So if you take 2 of those tablets, you're not getting 2,000. You're getting 50 milligrams. So to get what you need to take 90 of those tablets a day. You need to take 30 with each meal, and you got 59 more minerals to go. And there's those people who want to do things naturally. Let's see if you can do anything good with 10 pounds of spinach. Now, let's be fair. Let's see if you can get 1,000 milligrams of magnesium. And I pick magnesium because in green leafy vegetables you have a lot of magnesium because of the chlorophyll, right? Part of the chlorophyll molecule. And any pound of anything, you got 454 grams. And 10 pounds of spinach, you got 4,540 grams, of which most of that, 97%, is water. And let's say you have 1 gram of chlorophyll, and that's 10 pounds of spinach. There's 50 milligrams of magnesium. You got to divide that into the 1,000 you want. You get a factor of 20, which you multiply times the 10. You have to eat 200 pounds of spinach. You got 58 more minerals to go. Okay, so you got to be a pretty big person to accomplish all this. Even as big as I am, you can't get it done. So I prefer to supplement rather than do those things. Then, of course, during the 60s, the agricultural industry came up with chelated minerals. Chelated minerals, because farmers aren't dumb enough to pay for $1 of something that goes into an animal's mouth and have 99 cents come out in the manure. So I have to really thank farmers for being that clever. And chelated minerals are just metallic minerals with an amino acid or protein or enzyme wrapped around the metal atom and increase the absorbability to 40%. Then the health food industry jumped on that right away because it was a major improvement in absorbability of minerals. The most efficient way to absorb minerals is the colloidal form. Colloidal minerals are 98% absorbable, 2.5 times more available than chelated minerals and 10 times more available than metallic minerals. And they're very interesting. They're liquid. They can only be liquid. Can't be pills, powders, or capsules. They're very small particle size. They are 7,000 times smaller than a red blood cell. And they're negatively charged. Every particle is negatively charged. Your intestinal lining is positively charged. So you actually have an electrical or magnetic gradient that concentrates these minerals around the lining of your intestine. These three things together give you the 98% absorbability. Now, plants have a very interesting part to play in colloidal minerals. Remember, we said that plants cannot create minerals. They're not in the soil. Plants can't make them. Remember that U.S. Senate Document 264 says they're not in the soil anymore. At any rate, metallic minerals are taken up by plants when they're in the soil. Plants convert them in their tissues to colloidal minerals, and this is how we store minerals in our body. This is how we use minerals in our body. This is how we transport minerals from the storage place to their site of use in the colloidal form.
All righty, folks. I hope this really helps you all open your eyes and look at your own health and your loved ones also. I want to thank you for tuning in tonight, and I hope you will tune in tomorrow night. I will back this up 5 minutes so we don't get too lost where we left off. Like I said, thank you for tuning in, and I will see you tomorrow. I want to thank you folks again, and I will return you to 101.1 FM to the oldies but the goodies.
became fossilized or petrified, okay, never became rock. Today, if you put a shaft into this valley, it's still just dried hay. I bucked a lot of hay bales, so I know what hay looks like. And this stuff is just hay. It's 75 million-year-old hay, according to geologists. You can still see the grass and the leaves and the twigs and the pine cones and the bark and so forth. If you grind this plant material up into a flour, very small particle-sized flour, just like a good wheat flour, and for 3 to 4 weeks, soak it in filtered spring water. And when it reaches a specific gravity of 3.0, it's very heavy. It has 38 grams of this colloidal mineral in it per quart or liter, and by actual analysis, it has 60 colloidal minerals in it, and it works. And people were running around 12, 15 years ago saying, hey, my arthritis got better. My diabetes got better. My early cataracts went away. My white hair turned black again.
All right, folks. I want to thank you for tuning in. If y'all can get a piece of paper and something to write with, I will give you the phone numbers that you can call. The numbers are 1-888-701-0502. I'll repeat that again. It's 1-888-701-0502. The other number you can call is 1-888-403-2405. I'll repeat that again. That's 1-888-403-2405. I'm hoping that Dr. Wallach is helping you folks out there and to answering some of your questions that you have asked us and sent in your emails. Hunt, is there anything you want to say?
Yeah, Pauline's right. Doc Wallach's been helping a lot of people. His information and educational information, nutritional information is thoroughly researched. His products are some of the best you can get. Prehistoric plant life, 75 million-year-old stuff. That's when good old Mother Earth still had something that was worth taking.
Well, that's great. This is for the information packet. That's why I gave you the number. If you're really interested in getting his products or even wanting, if you have another question about something, there'll be someone on the other line that can answer these questions for you. I'm going to go ahead and play some music now, and then after that I'm going to turn it over to Bill and let him say what he would like to say.
A couple of years ago, and it's a philosophy of mine. Wait for you. Almost. Actually, there's no such thing as almost perfect, I guess. It's like almost pregnant. All kidding aside, this is titled The Last Time Around. This is my last time around, and I don't know where I'm bound, but I'm leaving now, so don't look back. It's hard to pretend that you love me again, and there's nothing left in time to see. So goodbye, my love, though you were my friend. Don't know where I'm going, but I won't see you again. I know you don't believe in my philosophy, but I thank you for the love you give me. Don't ask me how I know, but I've been here before, and I'm thinking more than I should see. And I thank you for the love given me, my friend. I don't know where I'm going, but I won't leave. Thank you for the love given me, my friend. I don't know where I'm going, but I won't leave you again. I know you don't believe in my philosophy, but I thank you for the love you give me. This is my last time around, and I don't know where I'm bound, but I'm leaving now, that's just what I do. So goodbye, my love, over my friend. I don't know where I'm going, but I won't leave you again.
All right, folks, this is Tim. A little bit of information for tomorrow. Pauline's going to wrap up this little session with Dr. Wallach stuff tomorrow. And what she's collected some, testimonies of some of the people in the local area that's been taking Dr. Wallach's products. And there's some pretty incredible testimonies.
Yeah, also I'm still waiting, and I'm really hoping he'll be here tomorrow morning. Dr. Wallach has another video out. I believe it's called Undoing to Diseases, I believe is what the title is called, and where he's talking with Dr. Fragger. Yeah, so.
Okay, well, let me give out the numbers one more time, and then we'll go back to letting Bill say what he has to say. You can obtain an information packet on how to get these great products. The number is 1-888-701-0502. Again, that's 1-888-701-0502. Or you can call 1-888-403-2405. And again, it's 888-403-2405.
All right, and I'll turn it over to Bill now.
Ladies and gentlemen, all this week is Dr. Wallach week, but I think what you've been hearing, and I really believe this, folks, what you've been hearing for the past couple of nights is probably, as far as our health goes, the most important information that any one of us have ever heard in our lives. I think it's so important that we've devoted a whole week of this broadcast to it. I have been taking his vitamins and colloidal mineral formulas, I guess for almost about 2 weeks now. I've had, and everybody who knows me personally knows this, and they know how bad it is, I have had for many years just terrible pain in my legs. I can get up in the morning and feel fresh and full of vim and vigor, and as I go through the day, the pain starts, and then it just builds up, and it gets worse and worse and worse until late in the afternoon, early evening, I am in excruciating pain. And it's all I can do to keep anybody else from knowing about it. But eventually they do, because they see me limping or hobbling along, and occasionally I'll take a step and grimace because the pain is so great. I've also had problems with my eyes. I'm nearsighted. I've been nearsighted for most of my life, and almost fooled the Navy into thinking that I had 20/20 vision, and I was on my way to flight school at Pensacola, Florida, but a smart flight surgeon caught me, and so I didn't get into Naval Air. But I've had this problem most of my life. And a few years ago, I guess maybe about 5 years ago, I began to really start to seriously lose the sight in my right eye. And I've been to the doctor and everything like that, and they look at it and they tell me, no, there's no cataracts and there's nothing wrong with your eye that we can see. And so I was just convinced that as I get older, I'm losing my sight in my right eye. I've been taking the vitamins and the colloidal minerals, and folks, as Dr. Wallach says, you have to take these things in their proper amounts, in the proper form. Just going down to the drugstore and buying a bunch of mineral tablets and a bunch of vitamins doesn't cut the mustard, because I've been doing that for years. And I wasn't getting any better, I was getting worse. But since I've been using what Dr. Wallach recommends, the pain in my legs is going away. I'm standing up right now at the end of the day, and I've been walking all over the place today, and I don't have any pains in my legs. Just a little bit of throbbing, that's all. And I imagine that if I stay on my feet later into the night, then they may begin to hurt. But this is absolutely unheard of with me. This has never happened to me before. I've never been without that pain. And it is just so joyful to be able to walk around like a normal person and not dread taking that next step. I'm also regaining the sight in my eyes, both eyes, ladies and gentlemen. I'm not nearsighted anymore, and this has just happened in 2 weeks. And I can see that the sight in my right eye is beginning to come back. I can now read stuff written in small letters on just a sticky note from across the room. I can see clearly things across the valley that I couldn't even see without my glasses just a couple of weeks ago. And so what Dr. Wallach is telling us is true. At least with me, it's true. And you all know me well enough to know that I wouldn't be telling you this if it were not true. I'm just ecstatic. I have never felt so good since I was a young man, to tell you the truth. It's been a long, long time. And I love it. I just absolutely love it. But the thing I love the most is the pain is gone from my legs. You just have no idea. Well, maybe some of you do, but most of you just don't have any idea what it's like to just have to exist with this excruciating pain all the time, and it just won't go away, and there's nothing you can do about it. It doesn't matter if you take aspirins or Advil or anything else, it's just always there. And sometimes you just don't want to go on. You just don't want to take another step, and it gets so discouraging and so overwhelming that you just don't see how in the world you could stand to get another year older. So I personally owe an awful lot to Dr. Joel Wallach for making all the information that he's made available to all of us, and making it so that we can, without, you see, if you didn't, I don't know how to explain this, folks, if you didn't listen to him, and if you didn't use the things that he recommends, you would end up spending hundreds of dollars every month, because you would have to go out of your way to find the specific vitamins and the specific minerals that are in the absolute proper form in the right concentration of each one, and all of the trace minerals that are lacking in all of these other things. And to be able to do that, you'd have to buy just vitamin E in this particular form, or just vitamin A, just vitamin. You know how many vitamins there are? Have you got any idea? And you know, I've seen these people for years selling colloidal silver and colloidal gold, and they make all these claims that it cures everything under the sun. Remember the Dave Hingston show? Well, I investigated them and what they were selling, and I revealed them as the biggest frauds in the world on this broadcast. And their radio show disappeared right off the air within a very short period of time after that, because people caught on to the fact that I was telling the truth, and he wasn't. They were telling you that if you took this colloidal silver, it would cure every illness and every disease known to man, and it's not true. You see, you can take all the colloidal silver you want internally, and it won't do you a bit of good, because as soon as it hits your stomach and the hydrochloric acid goes to work on it, it turns into silver chloride, and it will not help you at all. It's no longer colloidal anything. It doesn't even get into your system, and enough silver chloride will hurt you really, really bad. Colloidal silver is a wonderful topical application, folks. And it will kill germs in a topical manner. Now, if you take these minerals in the proper form, they will get into your intestines and go into your system, and they will do the right things for you. Colloidal gold, I heard those people say that would cure every form of cancer known to man, every disease, every this, every that. It would make the old young and the young old, and everything in the world. And you hear this stuff all the time. It's just touted everywhere. It's just not true, ladies and gentlemen. These things, in the proper amount, with the proper vitamins and the other minerals that make them useful, and the trace elements, and the nutritional things that you need in the right amounts and in the right form, can work wonders with the human body. I'm living proof of that, and so are many other people. But you have to be very careful who you listen to, and what you listen to, and what you put into your body.
All right, folks. I believe it's been about 7 months now, would you say, Tim, that Bill's been taking the formula? I believe he's taking the pig arthritis formula.
Yeah, he's been taking the full regimen since about January or so.
Yeah. So, and he's been doing really good if he doesn't go out dancing anymore. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to play some of the questions that were called in a while back to Dr. Wallach while he was here live for you folks out there. So. And then maybe if we have some time, we can answer some questions live on the air, open the lines, and get some real good questions going. All righty.
I'd like to talk about a little bit is self-help during the Y2K potential problem. I hope nothing bad happens, but if you're going to be successful in life, whether it's for health or business or industry or education, you have to take the bull by the horns and be prepared for whatever might happen, and certainly have to do that for health. I get people asking me all the time, well, I'm a diabetic, and how am I going to get my insulin? If the computers go down and pharmacies don't have insulin available, I've got high blood pressure. What am I going to do if my high blood pressure medication is not available? I have terrible pain from arthritis. What am I going to do if I can't get my pain relievers? And I certainly can't afford to buy a 6-month supply or a year's supply of these pharmaceuticals. What do I do? Well, the main thing is to get educated. Americans are very smart. And if you give Americans just a little bit of information, they always can make the right decisions. And what I do is go around the country and lecture, and I've been doing this for the past 12 years. I'm up to the point now where I lecture about 300 nights a year, and it's a lot of fun because I get to talk to people in just about every state in the union. I can't think of a state that I haven't been in. And people are pretty universal in the United States. It doesn't matter what kind of accent they have or what state they're from. Everybody wants themselves and their families to be healthy. Everybody wants to be self-sufficient. And the Y2K is actually good. This potential problem is putting the onus on everybody to be self-sufficient, and I think that's getting Americans back to where they want to be. And to pull this off from the standpoint of health, updated my book, Let's Play Doctor. It's in a handbook size, and I brought you a copy. I don't know if we were supposed to send one to you in the mail. If you didn't get it, we've got one for you, hand-delivered.
Wonderful.
And this covers 412 diseases, things you can do for yourself with herbs and vitamins and minerals, and teaches you acupuncture and how to do surgery, minor surgery if you have any kind of injury. Teach you how to use butterfly bandages and steri strips to close lacerations. There's a lot of things you can do. In fact, 95% of what people would normally go to a doctor for, they can take care of themselves if they just have a little bit of information. And this book, Let's Play Doctor, seems to fit that slot, and it's just a second edition, just perfect timing for Y2K. And again, appreciate the opportunity to share with your audience, Bill.
Dr. Wallach.
Yes, sir.
Hi, how are you today?
Okay.
Today this evening. I'm in Minneapolis, a little colder than where you're at there. I've been listening to Mr. Cooper's program and heard you a couple times on tape mention blepharospasm.
Yes.
And I have this disorder. I sent you an email, didn't get a response from you. Also made some other inquiries, and was wondering why you think that your product can cure my blepharospasm.
Okay, well, the basic root cause of the blepharospasm, actually, I guess there's two basic causes. The most simple of the two causes is just a simple, straightforward calcium deficiency, and this causes a contraction of muscles, like a muscle cramp. And one of the more sensitive muscles in your body is the real tiny little thin muscles in your eyelids. And when you get a Charlie horse in your eyelid, you get this blepharospasm, is what it's called. And doctors would like to do surgery and cut that muscle. Doctors also inject botulinum toxin, which is one of the most powerful toxins on earth, to poison that muscle. And sometimes just simply supplementing with a proper amount and the proper types of calcium will eliminate this simple type of blepharospasm. A more complicated type of blepharospasm is where a person has osteoporosis, and this is not related to age. You can have this problem of osteoporosis when you're 12 years old. What happens is when your bones are weak in the absence of minerals, they generate connective tissue. And this connective tissue not only makes the bones larger in the outside measurement, but the connective tissue also fills the canals that nerves and blood vessels go through. In the case of blepharospasm, branches of the facial nerve get squeezed, and it's kind of like an early form of Bell's palsy, if you will.
Right.
And if you take the pig arthritis formula, which has now become legendary, you take the pig arthritis formula, it takes about 4 to 6 months to re-architecture those bones, and if you stay away from food items that interfere with the retention of calcium in your bones, such as caffeine from soft drinks or coffee or hot tea, or drink decaffeinated drinks, no carbonated drinks.
I don't do any of that.
Okay, good. That makes it easy then. No sugar, natural or processed, no fried foods, no margarines. And if you take that pig arthritis formula twice a day, if you weigh more than 150 pounds, the symptoms can go away fairly quickly, and you can actually see a improvement in the bone status within 4 to 6 months on an MRI or an X-ray.
Okay. How much have you read on blepharospasm? How much do you know about it?
Well, I know everything about it. I'm not be egotistical. There's only so much there is to know about blepharospasm. It's exactly like a fractured leg. Once you know what a fractured leg is, you know how all the alternatives to fix it and the type of trauma that causes it, or maybe nutritional deficiencies that result in fractures. You know everything there is to know about fractures, in the same way with blepharospasm. And
okay. Why can the Western Medical Society fix a fractured leg and they can't fix the blepharospasm?
Because they don't understand the basic cause. Doctors don't get 30 seconds worth of clinical nutrition in 14 years of medical school, and the only thing that they're taught is how to use drugs to either stop a reaction in the body or to dull the pain.
Okay, now they're claiming that it's a super stimulus of nerves, and of course what the botulism/Botox is doing is it's muting the nerve endings, etc. So, and now...
Well, let me give you a kind description of their thinking. Have you ever heard of the term caca?
Yes.
They're just totally ignorant of the process. And if you look at diseases like tinnitus or ringing in the ears, Bell's palsy, trigeminal neuralgia, spinal stenosis, peripheral neuropathies, are all related to the same problem. And yet they do surgery. They will give you prednisone and cortisone. They cut nerves. And this is because they're ignorant of clinical nutrition. And my job, and I just really appreciate Bill's effort to allow me to share this with you this evening, is to give people the truth through education. And then you have a choice. You have the ability to make an educated decision on what you want to do.
Right.
Now you have your choice. You can either get your injections of botulinum toxin, you can get the surgery, or you can use Dr. Wallach's pig arthritis formula twice a day.
Yeah, well, I don't do the Botox, and I don't do the surgery. I've been on a mission, a natural mission, for 4 years trying to cure this. From the root cause, and of course they claim there's no cure.
Well, trust me, there is. Well, I can't use the word cure, but in Missouri we say you can get 100% better.
Okay. All right. Well, I'll tell you what. I'll take your challenge. And
Okay.
I've already ordered your product.
Okay, great.
And I'll try it for 90 days, and I'll get back to you.
Okay, appreciate it.
Okay.
Hello, I'm Jean Shockey from Ohio.
Hi, Jean.
And the problem I'm having, I have chronic asthma, which I've had for 30 years.
Okay.
And in 96, I came down with a real bad cold, and it was in the lower part of my lung. And I just couldn't hardly get over it. But once I did, I had type 2 blood sugar. And
Anal onset type 2 diabetes. Okay.
Pardon?
Anal onset type 2 diabetes.
Yeah.
Okay.
And where I'm not on any kind of a medication.
Can you control it with diet or?
I try to.
Mm-hmm.
And usually in the morning it runs around 97, something like that.
Oh, that's not too bad. Okay, well, let me share something with you here.
Well, there was one more thing I wanted to say that happened during this time.
Okay.
I got shaking in the legs. You don't see it.
But you feel it.
It's something that keeps moving,
Mm-hmm,
and in the morning it's all over my body, so it wakes me up, but then it usually just stays in the legs.
Sure.
And I've been on lorazepam, 1 milligram, twice a day.
And does that help you?
Kind of calm down because it bothers you.
Sure. Okay, but it doesn't fix the problem, it just calms you down so you're not disturbed. Yeah. Okay.
And everybody says I have anxiety, but I don't think that's what it is.
Well, this is your lucky day. Okay? This is your lucky day.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, this is your lucky day.
It's been fine a long time for it.
Well, see, you need to listen to Bill a lot because you're going to get a lot of truth on this program. I just am blessed to be able to be part of it tonight. Basically, everything you're describing are nutritional deficiencies. When you have asthma, it's a deficiency of 3 nutrients. Magnesium and manganese and the essential fatty acids are required to keep the bronchi, the main branches, the air tube off the trachea or the windpipe, to keep them open. And without the proper amount of magnesium, manganese, and the essential fatty acids, they close up, and you get asthma or chronic obstructive pulmonary disease.
Because I can't breathe without medication.
I can hear it. Yeah, I can hear that. Yep. And then when you have type 2 onset type 2 diabetes, this is a deficiency of chromium and vanadium. And when you have this wibbling, I call it wibbling of the legs, it's kind of like a wheel that's out of balance. You get this.
What it feels like is the nerve ends are raw or something, and it just keeps moving.
Yeah, well, a lot of people can call that restless leg syndrome. I call it wibbling, like a loose wheel. And that's kind of, sometimes you get little panic attacks that go along with that, or anxiety.
No, I don't get that. Because
well, that's what your doctor's treating you for.
So mad is because I've gone to all these doctors, and they haven't been able to even tell me what's wrong.
Okay, well, now, dear, the last thing you need to do is to give up sugar. What you want to do is get on Dr. Wallach's duck diabetes formula, and I know Bill's going to give you a number so you can get a hold of these things. You want to get on the duck diabetes formula. It's got the chromium and vanadium for the adult onset type 2 diabetes. It's got the plant-derived colloidal chromium and vanadium and the chelated chromium and vanadium. It also has the magnesium, manganese in the plant-derived colloidal and the chelated form, and also the essential fatty acids. so that you can get rid of that tightness in your chest and the asthma attack type of thing. And stay away from sugar, natural and processed. No apple juice, no grape juice, no honey, no molasses. I bet that's your favorite, isn't it? Naturally. Well, that's what makes your legs wibble in the morning when you wake up. And
you mean the sugar?
Yeah. You need to stay away from sugar, natural and processed. No apple juice, no grape juice, no honey, no molasses, no corn syrup. And you need to read labels because there's corn syrup and fructose and everything. Hot dogs, breakfast sausage, sugar-cured ham, sugar-cured bacon. I'd rather eat a pork chop for breakfast than bacon because there's no additives in the pork chop. Okay. Well, hey, if you don't do that, that's fine too. But the main thing is don't eat anything with sugar. That means sucrose, fructose, corn syrup, dry corn syrup, solids. Even sugarless gum has 4 types of sugar in it. Okay? And then you call Bill back in a couple of months and let him know how you're doing. You're going to do fine.
Now, where would I get this formula?
I'm Cliff from Montana.
Hi, Cliff. What part of Montana?
Bozeman.
Oh, okay. I get up to Bozeman and Whitefish and that west end of Montana all the time.
Oh, good. Yeah, all right. If you're ever around, you're advertised, I'll stop in.
Okay. Love to see you.
Okay, I occasionally get Centella, and I was wondering if that's a predecessor to something really serious.
I'm sorry, I missed that. You get?
Centella. It's that funny little squiggly lights in your eyes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And is this at night when you're driving or during the day?
No, I get it during the day usually.
Mm-hmm. Okay, and does this go along with any kind of headaches, like a cluster headache? Or?
No, I understand it's related to a migraine headache, although I don't have the headache associated with it.
Okay. Well, almost always when you get these kind of flashing lights that are associated with, or maybe not, as in your case, associated with either cluster headache or migraine headache, almost always these are due to a food allergy. And what you want to do is get yourself a little spiral notebook that you can put in your shirt pocket and get you a pen and write down everything that you eat for every meal, breakfast, a mid-morning snack, lunch, mid-afternoon snack, dinner, evening snack. Write down the details of every snack and meal, the time at which you consume them. Write down the time of day at which this flashing light appeared. And for those that get the headaches, they need to record those. And then after you get 8 or 10 or 12 of these incidents, you go back with a yellow highlighter, mark them, and then look at the snack or the meal right before that incident, and you're going to find a common thread. You're going to find this either caffeine or sugar or corn syrup or popcorn or green beans or whatever it might be, and you eliminate that food from your lifestyle and your eating habits, and you'll never have that problem again.
Okay.
It's just that simple.
Yeah, okay, good. Sounds good.
Okay, have a great one.
You bet. Thank you.
Paul from Ohio.
Hi, Paul.
I was wondering if these mineral supplements, if they do anything for depression or any other types of mental...
Oh, absolutely. And this time of year, there's a lot of depression and manic depression and bipolar disease and ADD and ADHD and Tourette syndrome because this is the time of year in which there's so much sugar in our diets. Starting about Halloween, going through Thanksgiving, of course, the Christmas holidays, and then the New Year's. There's more sugar consumed per minute, per person, per pound per person, if you will, than any other time of year. At the turn of the 19th century into the 20th century, Americans were eating half a pound of sugar per person per year. Today, at the turn of the 20th century into the 21st century, we're looking at 150 pounds of sugar per person per year. And depression is related to two things. Number one, a sensitivity to sugar. Much like some people are sensitive to alcohol, many people are sensitive to sugar, and it goes along with a deficiency of 3 trace minerals. Lithium, which is a trace mineral, is not a drug, it's actually a trace mineral, and then chromium and vanadium, all of which help balance the blood sugar and your emotional response to it. And so what we like to do is recommend for people who have depression or manic depression or bipolar disease or ADD, ADHD, or Tourette syndrome is to eliminate all sugar, natural and processed, from their diet. That's all year, not just during the holiday season, but all year. That means staying away from soft drinks and pies and cookies and candies, even ones that are sugar-free. They have corn syrup or fructose in them, which will still give the same reaction. And then the Duck Diabetes formula, which has the lithium, chromium, and vanadium in it, just works like a charm. And I'll give you a quick example, Paul. there's good alcoholics and bad alcoholics. Good alcoholics are people who take a drink and they just go to sleep. They're kind of boring and they don't hurt themselves or anybody else. Then you get alcoholics who take a drink and they start singing loud Irish songs and get obnoxious and tell jokes only they think are funny. And then you get people who take a drink and they get violent and they start punching holes in neighbors' walls and cutting their cars in half with a chainsaw and road rage and going postal and all this kind of stuff. Some people are sensitive to sugar in the same way. They take sugar in any form and they get sleepy. They just kind of go to sleep like a good alcoholic. And then there's some people when they get sugar in their diet from whatever form, they'll be in ADD, ADHD, they get depression, manic depression, bipolar disease. And then you get some people who consume sugar and they go postal or road rage and they get violent. And one of my pet peeves are schools that sell soft drinks and candy at school and then wonder why they have to put 5 million American kids on Ritalin. It's just crazy. But it is fixable, to answer your question, yes.
And also, where do they, if you can briefly describe, where do you get these trace minerals for the supplement?
Okay, that's a very good question. What makes these plant-derived colloidal minerals unique is that they're obtained from a single source, a prehistoric plant deposit that never fossilized or petrified. These ancient plants never became rock. It takes thousands of years of being submerged in water and mud for plants to fossilize or petrify. That never happened. If you look at this material, it looks like coffee grounds, and you grind this up into a fine flour and soak it in filtered spring water from the nearby mountains. And the spring water leaches these ancient minerals from this plant material, much like making sun tea. It's the same kind of leaching process as making sun tea in your kitchen. And it's filtered and bottled, and it's actually been on the market from 1926. And we get our material from the only known commercially viable source of this material in the world. There may be other sources. Nobody's ever found them yet. There's a lot of liquid minerals on the market, and they claim to be similar to our products, but they're not. They're ground-up rocks or seabed minerals, and they're only about 8 to 12% available. And I get a lot of people say, well, I've been using colloidal minerals for a year or two and it didn't work. And I said, well, which ones are you using? They tell me, and I said, well, that's why, because you're only getting 8 to 12% absorption, and you'd have to consume about 10 bottles of that a day to get the effect. And you've got to use the right stuff, and that's why I like Bill, because he only likes to be associated with the best.
All right. Okay, well, thanks a lot.
Hey, you bet.
Yeah, bye.
A lot of addictions are associated with sugar. For instance, if an alcoholic can't find a drink, he has a craving for sweets, and the same with drug addicts. Is sugar somehow connected to the addictive process in the body?
Oh, absolutely, Bill. Farmers recognize this addictive process in animals, and they call it pica and cribbing. You hang around horses. Farmers and ranchers have known about cribbing horses for many, many years, and they used to think it was just a boredom-type vice. But I guess in the last 50 years, we realized that this cribbing and pica behavior, where they chew on the fence rails and they'll eat the feed box instead of the feed and eat the shingles off the roof and eat dirt and wire and nails, is because they're minerally deficient. The same thing happens to people when we're minerally deficient. We get cravings, and if you grew up in a real isolated place like you guys live here, or like I used to live in when I grew up as a kid, there was no alcohol in the house, there was no cigarettes in the house, and the thing that I was addicted to is chewing the tar off the roof. That's all that was available. But today, kids get access to alcohol when they have these cravings, and then they get addicted to the alcohol, and they get addicted to drugs or cigarettes, or sometimes chocolate or Pepsi or whatever it might be. And we can actually get, and we have actually gotten thousands of people off addictions. If they want to get off of these addictions, we get them on the duck diabetes formula, which has the extra chromium and vanadium and the lithium in it. And then every time they have a craving for drugs, cigarettes, alcohol, or sugar, we have them take an extra 1-ounce dose of those virgin earth plant-derived colloidal minerals. And within a week or 10 days, they just don't have cravings for the cigarettes or alcohol or drugs anymore. And if they really want to get off of them, they will wean off of them.
Well, I'll try to be real quick. I've got a couple of real quick questions for you, and then I'd like to get your information on an order I want to put together, like a 6-month startup package.
Okay. That's a good idea. For this Y2K, personally, I made a root cellar underneath my house. We dug a hole under the house and cemented it in. And we're putting a 6-month supply of our minerals in that little root cellar. Good idea.
Well, the first quick question is, how would you compare your ultimate daily vitamins to Centrum A to Z? I mean, I'm concerned about the uptake and absorption rate compared between the two.
Okay, well, both our Ultimate Daily and the Centrum A to Z are pills. Obviously, they're multivitamin mineral tablets, and they contain metallic and chelated minerals. They contain vitamins. The Ultimate Daily contains herbs in them and amino acids, which the Centrum A to Z does not. So the Ultimate Daily is a more diversified and more complete solid multivitamin tablet, and it was originally designed to be a companion product with the pig arthritis formula for people who have angina, for people who have arteriosclerosis. It's actually an oral chelation type product. When people can't get to their intravenous chelation for whatever reason.
Okay, I thought maybe your Ultimate Daily pills were different than the Centrums or something, because I noticed that there were a lot of chelated items, whereas in the Centrum they were saying oxides and stuff like that.
That's right. And of course, as you point out, the oxides are just metallic, and they're only going to be 8 to 12% absorbable. And the Ultimate Daily's chelated minerals are 40 to 60% absorbable.
That's okay, that's kind of the idea I was trying to get at. The other thing is on your minerals, colloidal minerals or whatever, do you have like an assay or analysis of the
Yes, we do.
and what's in?
Yes, so we actually have an assay that's available to you when you call in your order. Your first order, you will actually get an information package from the company that has that information in it. It will actually have an analysis of the product. We do that with every batch. We get an independent analysis actually from the Coors Laboratory in Golden, Colorado. I don't know if you're familiar with the name Coors. Yep, actually it does, yes.
Okay, so now my question is I'm 44, 210 pounds, about 20 pounds overweight, reasonably active and good health, and I want to go ahead and get like the shock treatment start off, and then they develop a maintenance program.
Okay.
And the products I'm interested in looking at is your plant-derived minerals, that's one of them, or the Virgin Earth Ultimate, one of those two. And then I was going to add the Ultimate Cal, Ultimate Glucogel, and Ultimate Resolution. And then there's no reason to go for the Ultimate Daily if I go with the Ultimate Virgin Earth, because that's got the vitamins in it.
That's correct. And basically what you've described is the pig arthritis formula. And the only thing that's really missing, the only thing that you don't have in there to get all 90 essential nutrients, I didn't hear you say the Ultimate EFA were the essential fatty acids. There's 87 of the 90 essential nutrients in the pig arthritis formula. We need 60 minerals, 16 vitamins, and 12 essential amino acids, and 3 essential fatty acids. And 87 of those 90 essential nutrients are in the pig arthritis formula. The one that's missing, or actually the 3 that's missing, are the essential fatty acids. You have to use the Ultimate EFA. And they're important because they prevent abnormal blood clotting and thrombosis. And you can prevent the thrombosis-type strokes and the thrombosis-type heart attack by consuming the minimum daily requirement, which is 3% of your daily calorie intake. And for the average American, that turns out to be about 9 grams, or 9 of those 1 gram capsules per day. So I'd take 3 with each meal. And when you do that, you're going to almost guarantee you're not going to get a thrombosis-type stroke or a thrombosis-type heart attack. And so that's the only thing I would add to your program. And then you've got a pretty complete situation there.
Okay, so I guess if you took the plant-derived minerals and the Ultimate Daily, that more or less equals the Virgin Earth Ultimate. So you can either take those two versus the one, or...
Well, I would go with the liquids because you're actually looking for more of the minerals. So the program that I suggest is 1 ounce of the Virgin Earth plant-derived colloidal minerals, 1 ounce of the Virgin Earth Ultimate, and I like the Virgin Earth Ultimate Classic, which has 600 milligrams of calcium per ounce. And people always ask me, well, if the Virgin Earth Ultimate Classic has 112 nutrients in it, why do I need to take the colloidal minerals and the Virgin Earth Ultimate? Well, because especially a guy your size, 220 pounds, you need X amount of minerals to meet your daily minimum needs. And if you use 2 ounces of the Virgin Earth Ultimate, is going to cost you twice as much as you really need to be spending. Because the plant-derived colloidal minerals are minerals only, do not have the amino acids and the chelated minerals for the major minerals, and doesn't have the vitamins in it. So you're paying only for the extra minerals, and so you're going to save yourself $18 a month by doing an ounce of each a day instead of taking 2 ounces of the Virgin Earth Ultimate. So it's a little more inconvenient to use 2 different bottles instead of 1, but it's going to save you $18 a month.
Okay, and then supplement it with the Ultimate Cal, Gluco, Gel, or Resolution, or EFE, or, I mean, is it kind of redundant on any of those?
No, they're not redundant. The Ultimate Gluco Gel, the EFA, and the Ultimate Cal, especially if you're out there doing physical work, is great. Again, it's going to prevent osteoporosis and arthritis and dental problems. And then the Resolution, the Ultimate Resolution is actually a weight loss product.
That's what I noticed on that last night, if I tried that for a month or two just to try and bring down the weight a little bit.
Sure. Oh, absolutely.
Oh, okay.
It works like a charm. Take 3 or 4 of those about 15 minutes before you eat, and it has 3 great ingredients in it. Pyruvate, which is the fuel that drives the Krebs cycle. You can be watching television and lose weight with this stuff.
Oh, that's what's for me.
And it's got chromium picolinate, which is legendary for helping you lose the fat underneath your skin, so you see some definition in your muscles. And then it has the chitosan, which is a ground-up shrimp shell flour, which is a saturated fat absorber. And if you take 3 of those capsules 15 minutes before each meal, you're going to prevent the absorption of about 5 grams of saturated fat per meal.
Okay.
So it's very exciting.
And then with all this, I can still keep on using, I normally take some herbs like ginger root and...
Oh, sure. Absolutely.
So I just knock out the normal store-bought vitamin C and vitamin E. And
yes, you won't need the extra vitamin C because you're going to get 2,000 milligrams of vitamin C in the pig arthritis problem if you take it twice a day.
Right.
And if you take too much extra vitamin C, you will get diarrhea.
Right. Okay.
All right, folks, we're going to cut it off there. I want to thank you tonight, and if you do want the information packet, here are a few numbers you can call. 1-888-701-0502. I'll repeat that again. That's 1-888-701-0502. And the other number is 1-888-403-2405. I'll repeat that again. 1-888-403-2405. I hope this opens a lot of your eyes out there, especially when it comes to your health and your loved one's health. I take Dr. Wallach's products. I've been taking it ever since I say about 2-3 years now. So, and it has seemed to help me quite a bit with. I had a lot of aches and pains in my legs and my arms from walking as much as I have in the nursing homes and in the hospitals that I've worked in. And now I don't have the aches and pains. So, if you do like to obtain that information or get an information packet, please call or those numbers, and we'll be happy to send it right out to you. I want to thank you, folks, and you have a good night, and I hope you tune in tomorrow morning. Tomorrow evening. Sorry. Thank you. This is 101.1 FM. I'll return you to the oldies but the goodies. Well, welcome, folks. This is Pauline to the Hour of the Time. Nerves are getting a little bit better now. If everyone will please get a piece of paper and something to write with, so you will be able to write down phone numbers where you can get the info pack of Dr. Wallach's products. I want to thank everyone for tuning in. The last 3 days we have listened to Dr. Wallach talking about vitamins and minerals and how they can help each and every one of you with your health. The last 2 weeks I went out and got some interviews from some of the public that has came in to our store and told us what Dr. Wallach's products have done for them. And, right now we don't have the store, but that's another story another time. Anyways, I asked these ladies and gentlemen if they would be willing to let me record their testimonies and how Dr. Wallach's products has helped them. So they said they didn't mind. And now, ladies and gentlemen, please remember that this is my first time, and the recordings didn't come out the best as they probably should have. But like I said, this is my first time, so please be patient with me. Let's see, I got some cheat sheets here that I wrote down to help me out. So I have 6 testimonies of ladies and gentlemen that gave me their testimonies about what was wrong with them and how Dr. Wallach Vitamins and Minerals has helped them. Here is the first testimony. The lady's name is Judy.
And I started Dr. Wallach's stuff back in March of '98, and at that time my legs were diagnosed between 92 and 94 years old for 5 different doctors. And I started taking Dr. Wallach's formula, and now it is October of '99. My legs are now around 70 to 75 years old. I can walk better. I feel better. You can't say enough about this stuff. We feel better. We're doing everything that he tells us to do and more. You can't get enough of his stuff.
Okay, Judy, how old are you now, if you would tell me?
I'll be 51 in November.
Okay, thanks.
Lily Merrill of Eager, Arizona. I'm 87 years old, and thanks to Dr. Wallach's products, I probably wouldn't be here today. I've been in and out of the hospital so many times. A lot of it was lack of nutrition, not taking the right kind of vitamins, until I was introduced to Dr. Wallach's products. I feel like they've literally saved my life. I'm also giving it to my granddaughter who has sugar diabetes. But health-wise, she's a lot better, and gives the credit to Dr. Wallach's products. I give thanks to Tim and Pauline for introducing me to these products, and hope that I can continue to take them and enjoy life.
My name is Jerry Reed. I'm 60 years old. I live in Alpine, Arizona, and I was introduced to Dr. Wallach's products about 9 months ago, and I used to take store-bought vitamins, and I would get terrible heartburns and just not do real well with it. And then I came on to Dr. Wallach's products, and I've been doing real well with it, and I'm just full of go power. Anyway, my wife is going to be talking with you in just a second here. Thank you very much, Kim and Pauline.
My name is Donna Reed, and I'm 66 years old. I live in Alpine. And I used to take drugstore vitamins, and they bothered me really bad, vitamin E in particular. But since I've been taking Dr. Wallach's vitamins, I've had no problem. I wasn't able to take iron before, and I can take that now in the vitamins. And they really have helped me overall, thanks to Kim and Pauline.
Well, what can I say? This is Steve Brooks. I'm from Phoenix. I come up here, 15 years ago. Living in Springerville now. Anyway, Pauline asked me to tell what I've seen from the vitamins and minerals that Dr. Wallach puts out, and to tell you the truth, I don't have the time to write the whole book because there's you need a whole lot of pages to describe what all it does. I used to have gray hair, now I don't. Used to have arthritis, now I don't. The only problem I have now is I get too active and I pull muscles, and Kim gave me a little idea about that because I went to a chiropractor, and the chiropractor was real happy because he could keep having me come back for another visit for $28 a shot, and it was fun there for him, but I'd go out and I'd do something and I'd screw it up because I was overactive, and now that's even gone away, but she needs a little bit of muscle relaxers, not arthritis problems. It's not your back out of whack, or my back anyway. I can't speak for anybody else, but the stuff works. I've never seen anybody's gray hair go away without sticking a bunch of chemicals in it and making, maybe have whatever else problems that stuff causes. But I got the hair that I used to have when I was born with, and I'm a firm believer in it. And if you don't believe it, try it. If you don't have any results, well, I don't know what to say. You're not doing enough. That's all I can really say without really sitting down and writing a whole book about how the stuff works and how good it is. And good luck. I hope everybody wants to do it and live a better life. That's all.
My name is Pete Geisler, and I live in Eager, Arizona. And I was hospitalized a total of 42 days a year ago with pancreatitis. After numerous blood tests, my doctor told me my kidneys were only working 50%. After being on Dr. Wallach's nutritional program, and that was the only thing different I had done. My doctor ordered more blood work, and then when I went for an appointment, he told me my kidneys were 100% now. The only thing I have credit to this is taking the vitamins and minerals every day. And I started taking the vitamins and minerals about April of last year. And my mother also has diabetes, and she has been on vitamins and minerals since April. This is November, and that is 6 months. and now her insulin has been cut in half.
Well, thank you. All right. I'm hoping that would help some of you out there on convincing you how Dr. Wallach's products does work and how healthy it is for you. There were 3 more testimonies I wanted to get, but I didn't know how to get a hold of these people. One was a gentleman I had taken care of in the past that was a diabetic. He just got out of the nursing home when I started taking care of him, and I got him taking Dr. Wallach's pig arthritis formula, and now, let's see, I think this gentleman has been, at that time he was taking his insulin for, I think maybe 20 years. About a month after he got on Dr. Wallach's products, we cut back his insulin half, and then I would say 2 months later, he was off of his insulin. Every day I checked his glucose to make sure that, it was still stable, that he didn't need it, just to be on the safe side. But it's been 3 years now, and he still hasn't taken insulin. Another one was a couple that came through Springerville and stopped at our store, and a gentleman came in and asked Tim what we can do for his wife. Tim asked what was wrong with his wife, and he proceeded to tell him what was wrong and everything. And Tim suggested to give his wife or start her on Dr. Wallach vitamins and minerals. So he did that, and 3 months later, we got a phone call from this gentleman's wife. And she stated that she went in to see the doctor, and the doctor took her pacemaker out and said that her heart didn't need it anymore. We were shocked because we didn't know she had a pacemaker put in, and the gentleman didn't tell us that she had one either. So they live in Tucson, so that was pretty hard for me to get a hold of them. They pass through maybe twice a year, I think. And she was supposed to call me back after she did call us the first time, but she never did. Another real quick one to give you another idea of what Dr. Wallach's products has done. A lady came in, I believe she lived in New Mexico, heard about Tim and what he has done for people, and she came in and told Tim that he was her last resort. He asked her what was wrong, and she proceeded to tell us that she's been taking her daughter to the doctor for the last 2 or 3 years because her daughter had her I believe the lymph glands were so swollen like a rock, I believe due to mono, that the doctor told her that there was nothing else they can do, that they would have to wait it out. So Tim recommended taking Dr. Wallach's products plus a few other herbs and stuff, and I would say about a week or 2 later, the lady comes back in and brought her daughter in and said that her glands are half the size than they were when they first started. Well, about a month later, she came back crying and telling Tim that how her daughter's glands are back to normal. So I'm hoping, folks, that this will help convince you to open your eyes and to look at your health and what you can do for yourself. I told you about a video that I was waiting for, that Dr. Wallach was talking with another doctor. His name is not Frager, and I'm sorry about that. It's Dr. Schwarzer, I believe is how you pronounce the word, Dr. Gerhard Schwarzer. He's a world-renowned scientist and has been one of the pioneers in selenium research for over 40 years. He helped discover links between selenium and cancer. A professor emeritus, I believe is how you pronounce it, of the University of California, San Diego. Dr. Schwarzer is the president of the World Biomedical Selenium Society and editor-in-chief of leading journal on the biological trace element research. So that tells you a little bit about him. I was going to go ahead and read you a little bit about this video that I'm going to play here in just a few minutes so you can hear it. It's about 39 minutes long. It says, save your life. Find out how to dramatically reduce your risk of getting any types of cancer. Doctor to doctor. Swatzer and Wallach shares their opinion based on life experience on how you might prevent and reverse cancer. Groundbreaking studies now reveal the power that each mineral and vitamin has to the well-being of our bodies. Do you know that though the U.S. is one in medical technology, it ranks a lowly 17th of longevity among the industrialized nation? Protect your family's health. A health life is a life worth saving. Join Margot Watson, Miss USA in 1995, as she unfolds this fascinating story. So if you guys would be patient with me here in a few minutes, I'll get this started for you. I'm still learning all these buttons in here. So here we go.
Degenerative disease is painful, both physically, emotionally, and financially. If you or a loved one has been affected by any degenerative disease, including arthritis, high blood pressure, diabetes, ADD, osteoporosis, or cancer, stay tuned for a pioneering new concept in health and longevity. Hello, and welcome to The Undoing of Disease, what your doctor doesn't tell you. I'm your hostess, Margot Watson. I'm here in the studio with trace mineral experts, Dr. Joel Wallach and Dr. Gerhard Schauser. Glad to have you gentlemen here.
Thank you, Margot. Good to be with you.
Wonderful to be here. Dr. Schauser, before we spotlight the prevention of cancer and other diseases, can you tell us what are the strengths of our current medical system as it stands now?
As it stands now, we are absolutely excellent and first rate in emergency medicine, in surgery, anything that has to do with first-rate technical equipment. In this regard, we are number one in the world.
Dr. Wallach, for the last 30 years, you've been involved in biomedical research and clinical medicine. Tell us what you see as the major weakness of our current medical system in America today.
Well, it's very expensive, and it treats the symptoms rather than going at the root cause of the disease. It's unfortunate this is true of the human medical system.
Are there medical treatments or myths or recommendations of the past that have been abandoned, which have now been found to be harmful?
Oh, absolutely. Margot, the cholesterol thing is probably the biggest fraud ever perpetuated against American people. Low-salt diets are totally useless, and low-fat diets. This has created more diseases, more physician-caused diseases now than there were 40 years ago.
There's a lot of myths that you've discussed in your lectures before that have been perpetuated. Are there any other ones that were really interesting? I remember some that chicken soup no longer is valuable, but if you run into your doctor, right?
Well, for instance, the myth that diabetes is genetic, that's what I call a medical caca. That's certainly not true. Adult onset diabetes, which makes up 85% of the diabetic population, is actually due to a deficiency of two trace minerals, chromium and vanadium. And yet, and this has been known since the 1950s, and it's a tragedy and almost criminal that doctors continue to tell people this is genetic and their only course is to take insulin for the rest of their life.
And there are other options, obviously.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. People can wean off of insulin. People can get rid of their diabetes. It's just a matter of some education and doing some basic things everybody can afford, just pennies a day.
Dr. Wallach, you are a guest to over 1,000 radio shows and numerous TV programs across the country each year. If you were to compare the American medical approach to other countries in the world, how would you rate it?
We wouldn't rank very well when it came to actual numbers, Margot, although the American medical system, when it comes to technology, is the most envied medical system in the world. Yet we don't set any longevity records. We rank 17th in longevity by the World Health Organization. There's actually 16 other countries whose peoples live longer than we do. We rank 19th in healthfulness.
That means that there's 18 other countries whose peoples live longer than we do before they develop cancer, heart disease, high blood pressure, diabetes, arthritis, osteoporosis. We rank 23rd when it comes to live births and first-year survivability of babies, and we rank dead last in a survey of 32 top industrialized nations when it comes to preventing birth defects. We rank 32 out of 32. So what this means, what these basic numbers mean, Margot, is we have the highest priced healthcare system in the world, but not the best.
Well, I thought it was because of our American system, the capitalism stress. But it's not that. Huh?
No, it's an ignorance in the medical profession.
Dr. Wallach, as a veterinarian and physician, you've launched quite a stir. How did you come to believe that most diseases result from simple deficiencies?
Well, Margot, as a veterinarian, we learned that we could prevent and actually cure diseases in animals, reduce the amount of healthcare cost by using nutritional formulas, and that's basically because we don't have insurance for them. We don't have Blue Cross Blue Shield, major medical hospitalization.
We haven't come out with that yet, huh?
Well, they've tried it many, many times, but it's actually cheaper and more effective to prevent and cure diseases with nutrition. And I tried to get medical doctors and the medical industry and people who are in a position of authority in the medical system to adopt this concept for human beings. It was actually on 2020 with Hugh Downs and Geraldo before he got his nose broke for the first time, trying to get this concept across. But it wasn't interesting to them. And so I went back to school for 4 years, became a physician, and I practiced in Portland, Oregon for 12 years as a general family practitioner. I used everything I'd learned in veterinary nutrition on my human patients, and it works just like a charm in humans. In fact, it works so well that a lot of my patients used to kid their friends and their relatives, and they say, look, if you're not happy with what doctors are doing for you, go see Doc Wallach. He'll treat you like a dog, but you get better.
Well, excuse me for playing the skeptic here, but you said that farmers and ranchers supplement their animals' food with vitamins and minerals. Well, for me, it's not hard to conclude from that fact that their feed was lacking something.
Absolutely, and a farmer, of course, is in business. And if he has to spend a lot of money on veterinary care, if he loses animals to disease, can't get them to market in time, he does lose money. And so he learned through research at big agricultural universities that by supplementing animal feeds, he's going to keep his costs down and he's going to be much more profitable.
Supplementing?
Yes.
What does that mean?
Well, that means adding vitamins, minerals, and trace minerals to animal feeds because they know that our soils are deficient and plants cannot manufacture minerals, and so they have to get them from the soil. Knowing that the soils are deficient, the only way to make sure each animal, even the weakest ones in the group, get the optimal amounts of nutrition, the only way is to put it in the feed.
And blend it together.
Blend it together, make pellets. That way, every mouthful is perfect. So
does that mean, Dr. Wallach, that there's a problem with our food?
Yes. I know you don't recall this, but there was a U.S. Senate document 264. And U.S. Senate document 264 was very remarkable because it pointed out very clearly that the American soils are depleted of minerals, nutritional minerals, and as a result, the crops that are grown there, the grains, vegetables, fruits, and nuts that are grown in these depleted soils, are minerally deficient, and as a result, the animals and people who eat these minerally deficient crops get mineral deficiency diseases, and the only way to prevent and cure these nutritional diseases is by supplementing with minerals. Now, this document is pretty scary, Margot, because it was written and published in 1936.
1936?
1936.
How come we didn't know about it?
Well, at that time, we began to put vitamins and minerals and trace minerals into animal feeds to make up the difference. Unfortunately for human beings, we got wonder drugs at the time. We got sulfa drugs in 36. We got penicillin in 38. We got cortisone in 42. And everybody was led to believe if we just give medicine enough money for research, and if we faithfully watch Dr. Marcus Welby, MD, every week, they will find a wonder drug for everything. Well, you know that's not true today.
I'm concerned about my health. I eat a low-fat diet, basically. I exercise, I avoid sugar and caffeine, I don't smoke, and I try to get in a salad a day. Are you telling me that I still have a high chance of getting a number of diseases?
Absolutely, Margot, because, first of all, even in the best of times in history, and now and certainly in the future, minerals never occurred in a uniform blanket around the crust of the earth. And as a result, the ability of you to get all 60 of the essential minerals you need, which are 2/3 of the 90 essential nutrients, is less than you winning $1 million each day for 30 days in Vegas. It's just not going to happen. And so the only way that you're going to guarantee that you're going to get enough nutrients is to supplement. And, of course, we've tried this experiment for 200 years. Americans, as you point out, have eaten better than anybody. We've had the highest quality of food, yet our average lifespan is only 75.5, about half of our genetic potential for 120 to 140.
And there are people that live that old.
Oh, absolutely. There's 6 to 10 cultures that were written up by the National Geographic, a very reputable group of people that have a great journal, and they point out very clearly that the oldest documented living human being was 168 years old when he died.
168.
Yes.
Can you imagine? Lots of golfing in that. What do you feel are some of the diseases you can avoid or prevent by supplementing with minerals, Dr. Wallach?
Well, actually, Margot, according to the CDC, the Center for Disease Control, 85% of the hospital admissions in America are due to degenerative diseases. And these, of course, are due to mineral deficiencies, most of them. This represents an enormous cost savings if we could prevent these things, which we can. We know we can. We're talking about diabetes, which is due to a deficiency of chromium and vanadium. We're talking about osteoporosis and arthritis, which are multiple mineral deficiencies, calcium, magnesium, manganese, sulfur, selenium, copper, zinc, and so on, plus some vitamins. And then, of course, you have cancer, which we know we can at least significantly reduce the rate of cancer by selenium supplementation.
How many minerals, vitamins, that type of thing are we supposed to have?
We're actually supposed to have 90 essential nutrients, Margot. Those include 60 minerals, that's 60 minerals, 16 vitamins, 12 essential amino acids, and 3 essential fatty acids. And they're called essential nutrients for 2 reasons. Number 1, our bodies cannot manufacture them. We must consume them every day, either as food or as supplementation. And number 2, if any one of these essential nutrients is missing for a couple of months or a year or so, we get on the average 10 deficiency diseases. So 10 deficiency diseases times 90 essential nutrients, it's 900 diseases that are preventable with proper supplementation.
Dr. Schrautzer, the most dreaded of diseases is cancer. 1 of 3 people will get it in their lifetime, and billions of dollars are spent each year to treat it. Can a correlation between cancer and mineral deficiency be drawn?
Yes. And selenium, an essential element, is the key element that we will be discussing today, because there's some really exciting new news available, which I think is a true gift to the American people. And it is a gift because it was announced actually on December the 24th of 1996.
That's a good point.
But few people probably watched. They looked for their presents under the tree. And so we can talk about that.
Dr. Schrautzer, as the current president of the World Biomedical Selenium Society, you actually discovered more than 20 years ago that selenium is a highly effective trace mineral for cancer prevention. Why, in your words, is selenium so important for cancer prevention today?
Selenium is an essential trace element. This has been known since 1957. But my work has shown that selenium is uniquely able to prevent or delay the development of cancer, almost irrespective of the cause of it. And in this regard, it is becoming the most important element that we have to protect us against cancer.
Besides numerous responsibilities in your professional career, you've also spent a lot of time as editor-in-chief of a leading journal on biological trace element research. Why is cancer prevention so important?
Because cancer is a major cause of death. Just think that in the U.S. alone, last year, 510,000 men and women died from cancer. Therefore, anything that we could possibly do to prevent this disease is important and should be done now.
And people are really scared about it, too, because I guess they don't know what to do.
That is correct, and because cancer, once you have it, is so difficult and painful to treat, takes often years, and the end is very unfortunate to everybody.
And the costs are very formidable, aren't they?
Absolutely.
Dr. Schrautzer, one of your major research interests is the prevention of cancer with selenium. What evidence is there to justify the use of selenium for the prevention of cancer?
By now, the cancer protective and preventive effects of selenium have been demonstrated in virtually hundreds of different animal experiments. And we now know that selenium protects not only virtually against all chemical carcinogens, but also against cancer-producing viruses. And this is something especially important because more and more it is recognized that viruses that often may be hidden in the body for years eventually may turn normal cells around and turn them into cancer cells. And therefore it is of utmost importance to have something there that may even prevent oncogenesis, as we call it, by viruses, and selenium is that agent.
So even if somebody doesn't have a genetic predisposition towards cancer, they could get it?
Even then, you could get it because you could have the genetic information of a virus in your cells, which could be activated. But studies have now shown that you can, in fact, prevent this activation if you get enough selenium.
That's exciting news.
Absolutely. This was actually shown in China, where there's a region north of Shanghai in which liver cancer incidence is extremely high. And the major risk factor in this area was hepatitis B, which is a virus. And it was shown that with selenium, in fact, prevent not only hepatitis B, but also the occurrence of liver cancer in the population.
As a world-renowned scientist and one of the pioneers in selenium research, what is our own natural defense against cancer?
One of the chief systems that we have is our immune system. We have special white blood cells that have the sole purpose of killing abnormal cells that are practically almost always formed in our bodies. For instance, when you're out in the sun, certain cells may transform. Of course, you don't know about this. But there are lymphocytes watching over this and actually are killing these abnormal cells all the time. Therefore, to maintain the function of these blood cells is absolutely essential. And what is now so truly fascinating is that it has been discovered that if you give people extra selenium, you can enhance the activity of these cells so that they can kill 5 times more cancer cells than they normally could. And therefore, our immune system is actually enhanced by this trace element selenium.
And so it works naturally.
And everything works naturally, and there are no side effects. In fact, there are only positive effects. And we will talk about some of these outside of the cancer problem.
But what evidence is there that selenium actually prevents cancer in humans?
There is what we call epidemiological evidence, which shows that, for instance, in areas that are naturally rich in selenium, fewer people die of cancer. And then there are studies in which doctors have collected blood samples of healthy people, stored them for many years, and then looked in that population for people who developed cancer, and then they compared the serum blood or blood selenium levels, and they found that people who later developed cancer had lower selenium levels before, that is, when they still were healthy, they developed cancer. And that gradually gave rise to the idea that selenium prevented cancer in humans. And ultimately, it led the National Cancer Institute and other agencies to fund a large-scale cancer prevention study, which was just concluded this year, and which we will discuss actually shortly from now.
Have there been some actual selenium supplementation trials with humans to prevent cancer?
As I already mentioned to you, the first human studies were actually done in China. One was done with a large number of people in an area in which esophagus cancer is very common. And it was found that just a supplement containing selenium, vitamin E, and beta-carotene would significantly lower the morbidity and mortality of that population. The trouble with that study was that it involved 3 agents. And so people, as scientists as we are skeptical, and we wondered, is it this or the other? But then there was a second study in Qidong, in the area with high liver cancer incidence, where only selenium was used and was found to be effective. And now we have the third study done in the United States with American patients, and there only selenium was given, and selenium was indeed found to be effective.
Do they call it a wonder drug?
Well, you could call it that. I would call it a wonder nutrient, because the selenium in all these studies was given at nutritional levels. And this is actually a very important point. We must never confuse prevention, which deals with keeping your cells normal and healthy, with therapy, which which involves a medical intervention where you have to correct something that has already gone abnormal or cancerous. So we will talk today exclusively about prevention.
The best way. Action before reaction.
Exactly.
Dr. Schausler, what makes this study so exciting?
In my view, it was that the age of the participant was older than I would have expected to lead to a successful study. Because the average age at the beginning of the study of the participant was 66.4 years. At that age, you would think it's maybe too late to start preventing cancer. And yet, after a period of 7 years, this was the average observation period, it was found that in those subjects who received the selenium supplements, the cancer incidence and mortality was up to 50% lower than in the control group, which only received placebo.
That's exciting.
And moreover, what turned out to be, for me, even most amazing, that even a terrible cancer like prostate cancer, afflicting elderly men, was very significantly prevented by just one agent, an agent that is inexpensive to obtain and doesn't produce any harmful side effects whatsoever. I think this is a study that the American people need to know, because it really opens the door to an effective mechanism of cancer prevention, much simpler than anything anybody would have thought in the past.
And it's taken so long for us to really grasp that information. We're so grateful you're here. Have there been any unexpected results?
There have been not really any truly unexpected results, but I should caution that the original aim of that study was to see if patients, and in fact the participants in that study, were all former skin cancer patients. The purpose of that study was to see if you could protect these former skin cancer patients from developing metastases on new skin cancers. And that didn't work. The lesson we have to take from this is the following. If you had cancer, it is possible that your body harbors transformed cells. Now, these cells are usually more resistant, and they are a different, you can say, category than normal cells. And there, a simple nutrient such as selenium is not sufficient to cause a true effect. We need additional measures, therapeutic measures, but that doesn't mean that selenium shouldn't be taken. You just have to watch out. If you had cancer, this is a more serious matter, and you need medical attention. You need additional therapeutic modalities to protect yourself against recurrences.
The bottom line is really a balanced wisdom in using traditional methods and also nutritional methods.
Exactly, and you have to very well be aware that prevention is something else than therapy.
And it's best to prevent first, too.
And absolutely has to prevent first.
What are the consequences of this for anyone who had cancer and now wants to take selenium?
I think anyone should can now start taking selenium. It is only that those people who already had cancer still require the regular medical checkup and additional treatment modalities that I have already pointed out.
It is reassuring to see that one can prevent prostate, lung, and colorectal cancers. But what about breast cancer and other cancers that afflict women?
Now, the American study, which was directed by Dr. Clark from the Arizona Cancer Center, and which involved 1,312 participants, unfortunately didn't use enough women in the study. And the reason was that they totally randomized the study. They didn't know the gender of the participants. So unfortunately, that study didn't produce enough good data for breast cancer prevention. But our own studies have shown that breast cancer can be prevented in animals with selenium very well. And I can even show you a paper that was published as early as 1915 in the United States, where they treated actually breast cancer patients with selenium successfully. Unfortunately, that study was forgotten. Maybe it was World War I. What one really has to watch for breast cancer prevention is that one has to begin taking selenium as early in life as possible. And that is because the malignant transformation of the cells in the mammary gland can occur early, And these transformed cells often sit in little nests for years without doing anything. But these malignant cells then later could actually develop into tumors. And for that reason, I strongly recommend start with selenium as early as possible. And of course, you must maintain always regular medical checkups, self-examination, and all methods that are available to detect memory tumors as early as possible. Because it's always the case that some cancer cells can form which sort of escape the screening system of the body. So to summarize, it is still necessary to watch out very carefully in spite of taking selenium. But please do take selenium. And another thing one has to consider is diet. I often tell women who ask me, what can I do to protect myself? So half-jokingly I say, buy a Japanese cookbook and switch to a more Japanese diet. Because we know that in Japan the breast cancer mortality and incidence is remarkably low. But as now Japanese are starting to eat more Western styles American food.
Oh,
in
you
fact,
little fat sugars.
Yeah, that's right. The breast cancer incidence is actually increasing even in Japan. And so I say, let's turn around and say, if you are at risk of breast cancer, you think we are at risk, start with like the traditional Japanese do, which is fairly easy in the United States. It's a rice
it's a very
diet,
popular form of eating.
seafood, but you also should take selenium with it. Because we've actually done a study where we gave mice that had a memory tumor virus a simulated Japanese and a simulated American diet. And it turns out that the American diet offered no protection unless and until we added selenium. The Japanese diet offered some protection, but it became much better when we also added selenium to that diet. So the answer is yes, live like a Japanese lady and take selenium. That is, I think, a very good recommendation we can make right now with ethical justification.
Dr. Schrauser, what is the opinion of the National Cancer Institute and some scientific peers on selenium as a cancer preventative?
A few years ago, I attended a special selenium meeting at the National Cancer Institute, and there a spokesperson said that selenium is actually the only agent they had that showed promise.
The only agent?
That's what he said. Now, again, an agency consists of people, but I wholeheartedly agree with him because, you know, there were other agents that were touted for a while, beta-carotene, for example, which didn't actually pan out in larger studies. But selenium has actually panned out. And so, yes, the National Cancer Institute endorses the selenium studies. However, they are cautious, and in my opinion, a little bit too cautious in making general health recommendations at this time. They want additional studies. Now, I ask you, would you rather wait another 10 years before you start taking selenium? I would suggest that you don't wait. Start taking it now.
What's the downside if I did take it and it proved that they did these 10 years of research and nothing turned out?
The only downside of you taking selenium would be that you could not be a participant of the new study that they will do. But you would protect yourself, and I even wonder if there is not an ethical problem now to conduct such studies, because I wouldn't want to participate in a study where I would tell you, or without telling you, give you a placebo for the next 10 years, and watch until you develop breast cancer, if I already know that the chances would be high that I could prevent you from getting the disease. And so these ethical problems should be addressed, and, well, I believe we should take selenium, and you should take it.
When we come back, we'll talk about just how old you can live to be, and we'll talk with a sweet lady who experienced a vitamin and mineral miracle. Inga, thank you for inviting us to your home to sit and chat, hearing about your life and before and after your illness. Tell me, what did you experience when you were sick? What kind of ailments were you facing? And then what was your life before?
I faced arthritis, osteoporosis, chronic fatigue, Epstein-Barr virus, told me I had, fibromyalgia. I had, my goodness, thyroidectomies, total hysterectomies.
What kind of other surgeries did you have?
I had fusions done on my neck where they took the bone out of my hip. I had knuckle replacement done.
Did you have such bad arthritis?
Yes. It completely deteriorated my knuckles.
The pain you told me was so incredible.
Yeah, it was. I took roughly 7 Vicodins a day just to be out of, to do some work, some functioning, in my home.
And you mentioned that the pain was so bad in your leg that even the doctors were suggesting...
Yes, I had very bad blockages in my right leg. It throbbed day and night. And they wanted to take the leg off because of the pain. And I also was scheduled for more knee surgeries.
Oh, my goodness.
Chronic tendonitis, carpal tunnel syndrome.
Just like you were falling apart.
I was. That's what I did.
So it impacted your life, obviously physically, but also financially.
And mentally. I went through my life savings because of my illness for 8 years and had to remortgage a house, what was paid for, in order to build a new house, double door, everything wide open space so I could be moved in a wheelchair and I could function in that house. I had a toilet put in, a high toilet, and open doors to get into a shower. Everything was ready for a wheelchair.
And you mentioned to me earlier that it got to the point where mentally you just didn't want to face it anymore.
No, the pain was just so severe that there comes a time you want to end it all.
So what was the change? What happened to you that gave you hope?
What gave me hope was Dr. Wallach, listening to his radio show, the last 12 minutes of his show. He explained to a woman she had osteoporosis of the spine, and I followed these rules. My son drove to the grocery store, got the gelatin. We ordered vitamins, minerals,
colloidal
minerals, everything liquid because you absorb it so much easier. And I started taking it day and night. I took it 10, 15 times a day. I didn't think I could overdose on vitamins and minerals because I should have been dead with all the medication I took. Roughly 20-some pills a day.
Oh.
Just to be pain-free.
So from the time that you heard that radio program and your son got the medication, when did you start noticing a change physically?
Well, I kept on taking it day and night, and within 3 to 4 weeks, my back didn't go out anymore. And 9 to 10 weeks after all that, I woke up one morning, was pain-free. I felt, for the first time in 10 years, normal. I felt light as a feather, and I jumped out of bed, and I said, my God, I can move without any help. I walked. It was
like a new life.
Yes. I was like reborn.
So what are you like now? What is your life like now?
I'm a hellraiser. I used to be. I swim. I hike again with my dog. I do what I want to do again.
And you credit it to
Dr. Wallach. And the minerals, the vitamins, the colloidal minerals, and the gelatin.
And a lifestyle, you mentioned.
Oh, yes, yes. I will forever be thankful to him. He changed my life. I just follow what he says.
Thank you, Inga. We appreciate you sharing your experience, and we wish you all the best in your new life.
Thank you.
Wasn't that an incredible story? Gives all of us a sense of hope.
Absolutely.
After seeing the amazing results mineral supplements gave Inga Reagan, Dr. Wallach, should we just go out to the grocery or health food store and get any supplement? Or what should we look for?
Well, basically, Margot, we have to educate ourselves on what a mineral is. There's actually three types of minerals. Number one, there's the elemental mineral. This is relatively low in absorption and availability to animal and human being. Only as an adult, only 3 to 5%. As a child, maybe 8 to 12%. And in the 60s, we actually came up with a form of mineral known as chelated minerals. This is because farmers aren't willing to put $1 in an animal's mouth and have 99 cents come out in the manure. So we learned that by adding amino acids and proteins and maybe even enzymes, which are proteins that do work, to the elemental mineral, it increases the availability tenfold. But the way that animals and people were designed to consume and absorb minerals is in a colloidal form.
Colloidal?
Colloidal, yes, small particle size in suspension. And this is 98% available to animals and people, as much as 10 times more available than the elemental form. So basically what we're looking for here for usability is either the chelated, some form of chelated mineral, or the colloidal mineral.
Dr. Schrauzer, what is the best form of selenium for us to take for absorption and to avoid toxicity?
The best form is a nutritional form, which is normally found in plants. And the compounds you should look for is selenomethionine. That's an amino acid which has selenium in place of sulfur. We call the sulfur amino acid methionine. But plants also produce an amino acid if you give them enough selenium, which is selenomethionine, and build that selenium into the proteins of the plants. And therefore, certain grains, for instance, are rich in selenomethionine. And this selenomethionine can be found in quality supplements. And that is the selenium that we should be taking at this stage for nutritional purposes.
Dr. Wallach, if I don't get hit by a train and I choose to supplement with selenium and the other required nutrients my body wants and needs, how old can I live to be?
Well, the fun thing is, Margot, we have the genetic capability of living healthily now to be 120 to 140. There's no reason why you can't be playing golf and jogging and having fun playing cards with the girlfriends and the boyfriends at 120 to 140. Human beings do have that genetic capacity, but I would be quick to point out that Americans don't do a good job when it comes to longevity. We only live to be 75.5, half of our genetic potential, and so we do need to consciously make sure we take in all 90 essential nutrients so we can get there from here.
Which all of us really want to do, as long as we
Absolutely.
have quality of life.
Right. People don't want to be a shriveled up prune at 100 years old sitting on the toilet all day, so you don't have any time to do anything fun like golf or play and so on. So you do have to take in all 90 essential nutrients so that you can be healthful. There's no reason you can't. For instance, Jean Calment, this lady who now holds a record for longevity, and about 122, she rode her bike for 105 years as a volunteer librarian, and certainly everybody can do that if we just do the right thing.
In conclusion, Dr. Schrauzer, how can we prevent and survive cancer?
We can prevent it, as we have seen, with selenium, and also, and this is important, with a healthy lifestyle. We should not smoke, we should not drink excessively, we should have a healthy diet, and we should watch for small changes which occur, and we should have regular medical checkups to see if changes that we cannot observe have possibly occurred, and we should see to it that these changes are observed as early as possible. With this package, I think we can successfully prevent cancer.
And Dr. Wallach, how can we prevent or improve these other diseases like arthritis, diabetes, heart disease, or Alzheimer's?
Well, again, you've picked out diseases that are degenerative diseases that are either directly or indirectly related to nutritional deficiencies. And Dr. Schrauzer points out very, very well, give up the bad things like fried foods and sugar and caffeine and excessive alcohol, and take in, consciously supplement with all 90 essential nutrients, 60 minerals, 16 vitamins, 12 essential amino acids, and 3 essential fatty acids. And, of course, this includes chromium and vanadium for the diabetes. It includes selenium for cancer. It includes the calcium, magnesium, boron, and sulfur, and chondroitin and sulfate for arthritis and osteoporosis. And if we do these things, we can have a quality of life all the way up to 140.
If you or a loved one has been affected by any degenerative disease, including arthritis, high blood pressure, diabetes, ADD, osteoporosis, or cancer. Don't wait for your doctor to give you permission. You've now learned many things today that your doctor doesn't tell you. So take control of your own health and give your body the nutrients it wants and needs today.
Boy, wasn't that great? Did it open some of your eyes out there? I hope. If you get your paper and pencil ready, I'll give you some phone numbers that you can call. If you're interested in obtaining the information packet or how you can even get this video, the phone number is 1-888-701-0502. I'll repeat that again. The number is 1-888-01-0502. The other number you can call is 1-888-403-2405, and I'll repeat that again. That's 1-888-403-2405. If you folks out there really like what I have done this last week about talking, well, I didn't talk too much about health. Dr. Wallach did most of the talking for that, but if you folks really like to hear about health or natural medicine or herbs or anything along that line, and not necessarily just about Dr. Wallach, do me a favor, write me here at the hour of the time, and I'll give you that address, and I want to hear your opinions and what you think. Because I know right now, since Tim and I are really into health and into the herbs and the natural medicine, I think right now the biggest natural medicine that's going around is the glucosamine and chondroitin sulfate, also the MSM. We thought about doing shows on different varieties of herbs or, I don't know, vitamins, minerals, or whatever. If you guys are really interested in something like that, please write me here and let me know what you think. And I do thank you all for being patient with me this week. Today is a little bit better than the last 3 days, but I want to thank you for being patient. Here is the mailing address that you can write to. It's the hour of the time, care of 101.1 FM, P.O. Box 940, Eager, that's E-A-G-A-R, Arizona 85925, and I'll repeat that. That's care of 101.1 FM, P.O. Box 940, Eager, that's E-A-G-A-R, Arizona 85925. Well, Dr. Wallach was right about his vitamins and minerals, that about giving them to the animals too. We give our dog, and we're this year we're raising chickens and turkeys, and in their water we put Dr. Wallach's mineral, and we put MSM, and that will be another, we'll talk about MSM another time if you folks out there don't know what it is. We put that in their water, plus my dogs. We just bred her. She's a chow, and we put MSM plus the minerals in her water too to help her through her pregnancy. And I tell you, the minerals just gives out those animals the most beautiful coats, and well, health-wise, they look wonderful too. So folks, I want to thank you. I'll go ahead and play you some music, and you guys think about what Dr. Wallach and Dr. Swanser, I believe is how you pronounce his name, what they said, and look at your health and what you're doing, with it. So we'll see you again another time, hopefully next week maybe. You have a good night, and hope the Creator blesses you tonight. I will return you to 101.1 FM, the oldies with the goodies. Good night, folks.